5:29. I know. Fine.
Good to see you.
Okay, I got it now. These are the right ones. Yeah. You're good, sir. Good for you now. Okay, so these are correct. Hi, Carl. I didn't see you come in. My back must have been. Oh, geez. Hey.
Yeah. And it didn't go on much.
You have any, bill or item broken? Mine? Yeah.
Anyone need a copy of the general fund, which include that, there's, just the changes.
Yeah, it's a fresh one if anyone didn't bring one.
Is she?
Yeah.
You have a new one? Okay, yeah.
No, not a new one. If anyone didn't bring one.
Yes.
This is the one, it's the same as this, right?
More
Same,
copies.
same as that, yeah.
Oh, yes, it's copy, most updated.
Same, you have one.
Oh, yeah.
We adjusted, row or.
Yeah, it's a copy of, Farley's, right? Revenue?
I don't think we made that.
No, we didn't make it. You just wanted a copy of his revenues.
With the appropriate fund balance and then the
gaps.
Ah, yes, you're right. That's my fault. Give me about 5 minutes.
So before you go, so we have to align with Mr. Farley and Mr. Williams in
Yes.
terms of the numbers.
Right.
And then insert the roll to look.
Yeah.
How far we are in terms of the 5.2 million. Against each members.
Yeah.
So what else we had changes yesterday? I think there were a couple. Miss Michael, are there any other changes that we took this for the government?
So Carl said he's gonna align with the money.
Yes.
From around, the fund balance will be that 2 million. The other ones were questions that I sent out in an email.
Do you have a copy of the?
No, I have that.
Are there any
Okay,
changes?
here's the first one, thank you.
No, that's all that needs to be changed.
Okay. You said it. Okay. Oh. I would like to, good evening, everyone. I would like to call the Finance Committee to order for this evening, and we'll continue our budget discussion. And we will continue from where we left off last evening. As we wait for the revised sheet for some realignments. We can conclude our discussion. There were some questions asked and an answer was provided. So the members can go through the questions that were asked and look at the answer, the clarification. Please do so.
Hmm.
That's the coming last off last evening. You were going to look for additional recommendation. I sent a reminder today. Did you have a chance to?
I did not. I sent you back an email saying that I wasn't going to be able to do anything else today. I had a series of meetings, so
So,
I don't have any changes from the initial recommendations that I put in.
so are you going to work on it this evening?
It depends on what happens tonight, but I'm just
What-
waiting to see what we do tonight. But no, I don't know if I'll have time. It depends on what time we get home. Last night I went home and went right to bed, so yeah.
So you don't have any suggestion right now at this moment?
I have the suggestions that I made before, but I don't have anything right now. I'm still reading what we just got today from the police.
Mr. Toro, do you have any additional recommendation?
I do not. I'm just going over these items from the PB. See where we are, and it looks like the estimates of extra revenue we put in there, that they're really not in favor of all of them, and I kind of made my position clear on revenue. And I just want to say that I think we're in this situation because of a series of past decisions that have led us here. And I repeatedly opposed the budget for this very reason since I've been on council. So continuing to overflate these revenues projections is, I think, fiscally irresponsible and will place our city in a financial condition that's a lot worse next year. I know we all want to try to keep this under the tax cap, and that's our goal. Unfortunately, going through, what we're going through, and I look to your guidance, and of course, the president's, Portfield's guidance, to try and keep us under there, but inflating these revenues, what I put forward is what I'm good with at this point.
So yesterday you suggested that, you're not in favor of going over the tax cap.
I,
So then how would you
I'm
achieve
asking-
that?
right, so I'm asking, if you come down to my level with what I have on the line, how would you move forward with keeping that under the tax
Well,
cap?
you're
as
at
well?
1.2 million, we need
I-
4 million more. And I'm
hear
basing
that.
my conversation on what you had told us yesterday that you would like to see this. Under the tax cap.
I would love to stay under the tax cap. Unfortunately, these revenues are all inflated. And I
So
think
then what would you suggest then? To keep it under the tax cap?
well,
It's not revenue. I mean,
Mr. Woodard, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's-
I'd like to hear what everyone else's position are, especially when we get to expect.
we
Well,
went,
I don't agree
we
with
went over
any,
this yesterday,
Mr.
over and over.
Rivera. I made my point, I
Okay.
made my position clear. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I just want to clarify, we can't say something and do something else. If you are in
No.
favor of keeping it under the tax cap, then you have to work towards a number. You can't say that you want to keep it under the tax cap, which is $5.2 million, and you're only coming in with $1.2 million. That is not keeping it under the tax cap.
No.
So you have to
But
be, you have to
I'm
be straight
also-
to the taxpayers.
I'm very straight with the taxpayers because I'm not gonna put them in a position next year where the tax rate could go up 30%. I'm not doing it.
So then you are
My
not, so
petition
then
is
you are
clear.
not in
I am
favor
in
of
favor.
keeping it
I-
under the tax
I
cap.
think at this point in time, we just need to try to figure out how to get to this, because this is a circular conversation.
It's been 3 days of back and forth, and
Yeah, so we
I'm
need-
disappointed
we need
that
to move forward.
I've been asking over and over for recommendation,
And you.
and some members are not making recommendations.
I've given all my
That,
recommendations.
okay, that's not gonna change, so we can
Right.
keep moving forward.
Yes.
Right.
They said what they
So-
said, they
See
made
if,
the
see if
position
you
clear.
guys can come down
And,
to meet our
So
expectations.
if our goal
Yes,
is to not exceed the tax cap, then Mr. Bukamak has told us it's 5.2 million, we need to get there.
And if we can't, it means that although we all want to be down for the tax cap, we might not be able to get there.
Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear that I put that directive out to department heads. It's just the numbers are not there. It's a difficult position. It was hard for me to put forth this budget with those numbers in it, but that's the reality that we're dealing with.
Mr. Rivera?
Go ahead.
Some of, I don't see some of the answers in terms of, let's get where we need to go. Some of the questions regarding CDBG, if there's additional funding that's available to that. There's a lot of discussion about the contingency and whether that is in fact correct. And my understanding is those numbers are correct and that money is available and any outstanding invoices were deducted from that. So that is the given number, not with this might be out here to take away from it. That's my understanding of that process. Without knowing the additional CDBG funding that's available, I think that's huge, that we should be able to, I know the last email said we hadn't reconciled it, but we need to know that number because if there's funding available to be able to fund somebody's budget line, we should have access to that information and be able to do that. At this point in time, we're facing a very hard deadline. So we have to get to where we need to get to. I'll continue that. And so we asked the police department about various things. They did respond to us. They responded about a line that we didn't ask for. So when they responded to A 2010, we did not even ask for that response. So there's a response to it. We didn't ask. A 2610B, the fine parking. They said they had 910,000 and was their revenue, was their assumption, but they were willing to go up to 1.1 million. So there is some level of movement there, different than what we had, but more than what they originally said. And they did make a comment about, the adding the additional overtime of 50,000, which was a suggestion, and they didn't think that that was a good way to go, because it felt that it would just create negative interactions with the community. And then finally, the A2610M on the final delinquent parking, they give it the year to date, they budgeted 140, and they said they still only expected 170. And then the A2610N, the bus, flood safety fine. They estimated 400,000 based on current trends, their outstanding tickets, but there's not a mechanism in place. But they felt that the law department should give input on how to collect those additional tickets. So I interpret it to mean there's an opportunity to do the revenue, but they would need input from the law department. Do that.
The corporation council will do it Thursday, but briefly, I mean, look for the full judgments, but that's just getting the judgment, not so much the collection. So that's one part. And then if that's not successful, then we'll be partnering with, the thought is to partnering with the bus patrol company to hire a collections agency, because they're entitled to part of the money as well, as far as the split between the city and the vendor. So I think in the short term, they're looking to get default judgments on these. And that's, it's getting a judgment against somebody for the amount. But once again, you have to collect it. So that's the difficulty. But I think the thought is that sometime by the middle of next year, depending on how the defaults, see if that generates any attention from people who have defaulted on their tickets. And if that's not generating money, then we'll have a collections agency in partnership with us. So that's, and the corporation council should be here on Thursday, your next meeting. Yeah, it's particulars, but that's the general overview. And so it's going to be time consuming. It's not like they ready made. Yeah. So.
I'm gonna say that based on that, I think that we still can increase that 170, since there is a plan in place. We shouldn't expect that it would stay exactly what it is. So, we can talk about what that number should be, but I think that we should definitely increase that line. Some based on the explanation, because there will be an effort made to collect the money. And I thought that Bruce said they'd already engaged a,
Thank you.
No?
That's on the.
So we're taking it to say. Oh, you're doing it already, right?
The thing is, the parking tickets, it's us, the city. With bus patrol, you're talking to the vendor. The vendor who provided the technology, so they get a part of the fee, so that's what is. Well.
So you have a new sheet, you can look at the top section. So let's see, tell us how far we are, and how close we are. The only one that is close is Mr. Farley.
So 6.1 million is what's currently available. Currently available, but it's actually 4.1's worth of 4.2 million.
Yeah, you should put that two right there.
Yeah.
Well, just to, the 6.1 is the fund balance, two, that is what's, we want to put in this balance in this budget, 4.1 is what remains. And we have to keep in mind that there's going to be negotiations that.
Councilor Varian,
Please.
I recommend we reevaluate the revenue lines based on the new information we received today. Finish our conversations with the appropriate fund balance. I think we've already made headway through the expenses. I think we reached a final agreement on staffing projections, and I would suggest we close out with capital projects.
And also we discuss ways. So if I may ask, Mr. Lemon, let's review the revenue section, move into expense, move into capital, move into waste. Should we, are you recommending that we look at each line and see where we stand in terms of moving it out? And get that behind us
For expenses,
for revenue? And expense also, any item that we're touching this evening.
I'd say definitely for revenue, just so we can transition from this category. I thought we pretty much did that with expenses. I think the only open item was staff. After address business.
So we can do A1002. And we have four members are asking for a reduction to 2,050,000. Any discussion on that? Any changes? Mr. Toro, Patrick, are you forming your zero?
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
staying
Okay.
2850 again.
Never collected the rate should protect.
Never collect. Right.
On 1002, right?
Yes.
Should we just keep going, Mr. Nick? Just go down the line?
Well, we need to make a movement in terms of, do we have the support to move this out of the finance committee? Some of them we're gonna have to adjust, some of them we might have to pull out. So I think we can, I don't think we can make a movement on the entire section. From.
No.
Well, you only
She
need
was
two
asking,
of
can we
them.
go line by line?
Oh, yeah.
And it just said there's this consensus, I'm guessing there's consensus in the, there's at least, you asked if there's at least two people on the finance committee who are satisfied with the 2,250, right?
Yes.
So then we're on the cannabis excise tax.
Okay, so we can do that. I don't have an issue with that.
That's what I think we should do. So next is cannabis.
Yes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members are asking to increase it by 150. Mr. Toro, are you forming that number?
What do I have, 100?
100.
Yeah, for a minute.
Okay. So
Thank you.
We have 5 on there. CDBG SNAP. We're moving 202,000. Initially, everyone is in agreement. Are we still there?
I don't see any changes on the sheet.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
looks like we're all the
I'm
same.
sorry, I just didn't hear anything back from Ms. Carver. It said it still needed, she still needed some time on that. Did we get something back after that?
We're still waiting for, there's a development snap. Whole picture, we're gonna piece it all together, so, maybe we're gonna piece it together. Hopefully we tomorrow, things order.
I told them this morning I want it ready at 4 o'clock today. The calculations are way more complex and go back and forth, so.
I'm fine with leaving on the phone for otherwise.
What are we waiting for in terms of costs on the departments?
Reconciling those accounts.
I'm trying to recall when we had a discussion with Ms. Carver. I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly because I don't want to misquote anyone. She had told us that she had asked the department head or met with them to kind of go over if there are any outstanding invoices. And I can recall that only one invoice that was outstanding or she was able to collect from code enforcement, like about 40,000-ish. Don't quote me on that, somewhere around there. So kind of like, if she met with them, they're telling her that they
Well,
don't
in
have
fact,
any.
that is actually different than what's been represented. There were things that were submitted to development that apparently were insufficient. They didn't have as much information as they needed. They're going back and documenting that, and putting it in a manner that compliant with the HUD regulations and appropriately charging for crediting the departments, the activities the city's doing.
So then this lead me, sorry, I just want a couple of, and then, so then if we were to back out this 202,000 and then this 206, then that will go back to general fund. So there will be more funds available on the general fund. So help us with additional expense. So, I mean, I repeated this yesterday, but it's internal stuff that needs to get done. But the money will not disappear. It will just end up in the general fund for us to use. So either way, it's a good thing. But I'm saying again, is disappointed that the department is taking so long to submit invoice, and if there are errors, they should have corrected. And from 2001 to 2025.
21.
2021
Yeah.
to 2025. It's kind of disappointed that it's taken so long for them to reconcile.
So- All right, so, but it remains the same, Ms. Carter was abundantly clear
Yes.
that any money that was needed to be paid was accounted for in this accounting. So whether we put it back in the general fund, whether we use it here, in my mind, it's still available for this budget. And that, at that amount, 202,000.
Go ahead, please.
So there's seems to be a lack of clarity here, and it almost feels like we should have this information. I feel like we got information, and I can't wrap my head around if what we're saying are we saying that the information is incorrect? Mr. Maverian, you just made the point that you made around the money being available, and it would just go back into the general fund. Commissioner, do you agree with that? Do you agree with that assessment?
If what is budgeted for this amount for the proposed budget, 202 and 306, it's just an account. Similar variance that basically we're drawing down for CDBG funds and replenishing these accounts.
So the money's there.
Yes.
Okay.
According to the director and within IDS, the statement she provided.
Are you saying there's a scenario where the money's not there?
It depends if the team is able to capture the codes and stats, the outstanding invoices, which they're working on. Hundreds of pages and they go through each one and see what she's eligible for. So that's what they're working on.
So Commissioner, are you saying that these are outstanding invoices externally? From 2021?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't know what they are.
So then why are you making the assumption that then the money is not gonna be available? This is, I thought we were clear yesterday, this is an internal reconciliation.
This is why
Why are we doing this?
This money's currently available right now. So if there is an invoice out there, it can be drawn down. So if that is drawn down, say it's 100,000 out of the lines CDBG SNAP, that means there'll only be 102,000 available for 26.
Can I just
I get what you're saying.
For further clarification, are you talking about invoices from 2025? Because we wouldn't be going back because what the mayor says, we close out everything we paid.
That's what the team's going through right now. I'm not aware of what year. They're looking at all the documentation, trying to put it together for the council. That's what they're working on.
That's still not clear for me because
it's
if
not.
we're at 2025 and there's other years that you've closed your books on, and that means that it's been paid. So even if we spend the money out of the general fund and this money's not here, then it just goes back in the general fund. And if we're talking about 2025, and as I understand it, the HUD year is different than your year. So, so if it's 2025, my understanding is what Ms. Carter said when she was here is that she's accounted for any outstanding invoice that she has currently received in 2025. I would really need to explain to me about outstanding invoices from prior years and why we wouldn't just have they already paid, or why we're just not replenishing the general fund. And I mean, Mr. McVeigh, we could spend a lot of time talking about this, but
Well, my if I could, my issue is that this impacts the budget in a significant way. And based on the information that we received and some of the information that we've yet to receive, I'm curious as to what level of impact other money is out in the same scenario that we might be able to draw on and to
give it back to the taxpayers. And if not, if we're not getting that information, and I requested that information, yesterday, and I don't want it to be a waiting game where we're running out the clock and we're not getting the information that we need in order to make an informed decision. And, you know, right now, we're talking about $600,000 right now in this one incident that we're discussing. If we have, you know, 2 or 3 more incidents that are similar to this, that puts us in a completely different space as far as figuring out this budget. So the money's there right now, it's available, but then are we creating invoices right now to draw from this money now from 2021? Is that what's happening?
That's a question for the commissioner.
They're going back through all the years and all the current stuff.
But Mayor, that is a good thing they're doing, to go back there and to draw down and to utilize the CDBG funding that is available. But once that internal reconciliation is done, that money will go back. It's an in and out, internal in and out transaction.
Right.
So that money will go back in the general
I'm
fund.
not arguing.
Yes.
You.
So that's what I'm trying to tell the commissioner, but we're not getting anywhere.
It may not, if the money's expended in 25, it won't be available necessarily for 26.
The question
I don't think this is a
Get that.
2025 numbers. It's a prior in 2021. And I don't think we have real vendors from 2021. We have to close our book every year and pay everybody.
sure,
So I don't know why we're going around in circles, trying to circle this around. And I don't think that we're getting adequate answers.
we're not.
I'm disappointed with these CDBG deadlines and try to go around and say, well, we have invoice. This not discussed in the last week, nobody would be aware of this. And I'm very concerned that there are more pockets of money available.
That's what my exact point. You
So
know,
I think we may have to call for a forensic scrub on the entire CDBG,
For what?
forensic scrub on it, accounting scrub on it. See where money is from 2021 to 2025. And if we need to do internal reconciliation, let's do it. And put back the money into the general fund.
But I think where we're at right now is, what are we gonna do with the 252 and 206?
I'm confident with the numbers that was
I am
presented
as
to
well.
us. I am.
So,
I believe Ms. Carver, she had her sheet with her, and she was going through line by line with us. And she is credible.
yeah, that's not even a question for me. I don't, again, my only question is that I requested the information for that money and from all departments. Because anytime that we're facing such a deficit and, you know, close to $700,000, you know, is discovered, which is a really good thing. I want to go back in that same spot and look to see if there's other money. And we haven't gotten that information. So if we act on the information that we have right now, I'm okay with doing that. But I'm concerned that we might end up passing a budget with a burden on taxpayers that could be lessened if we had all the information in front of us. And I don't think that is a very difficult or ask to have, especially when the information is there. And I'm almost feeling like maybe does anyone else see like a strong issue with us talking about possible invoices from 2021 and 2022 and 2023?
well,
Like that to me is, I'm not comfortable. I'm just gonna tell you, I feel like I'm not comfortable with that.
well, I think we're all in the same place, Mr. Farley, and we're saying that we're not, and that we're saying that we feel that this money's there, although, and it's just an internal reconciliation. So I say that we're all comfortable with this number and with the fact that the funds are available.
Yes, that's what it is.
Good.
So where you go to 2021, these are money that's been put forth, CDBG by the council for program. So even though sometimes the money is put out, say 2021, you may not expend it in 2021. It might not be drawn down until the subsequent year, some period of time after. And that is what, some of that was COVID came in there, things held up some of the programs, some of the delivery. And it's not that there are things that are outstanding from 2021, but expenses or activities that were subsequent to that. And even this year, I used example of this house on Dwayne Avenue we knocked down, and it was one on, I think I said Robinson Street, it was actually Division Street, that they were unplanned events. And so those are expenses that would be charged out of those accounts. And so I understand the appropriate method of that is if there's money from 2021, you wouldn't take it out of the 2025 money. It should go out of the 2021 budget to then back up to the current appropriation for, same thing would apply to some of the paving programs or whatever. Some of the money gets held over. You use the oldest money first and then work up to the most current. So some of that invoices were sent to development that were insufficient. So they may not have had the proper address on it. They may not have had section block lot number. And so that they weren't properly debited or credited, depending on what direction the money was going.
So for, if I go to this part, the CDBG line that we're talking about is SNAP and code enforcement.
Yes.
Majority of this funding, not all, was directed towards salary. And the demo that we're talking about with the adjustment that we were trying to make on the contingency line, you had proposed $400,000 in your proposed budget. And we were saying that based on the composition that we had, they are $200,000+ the demo. But instead of taking $400,000 from the general fund, why don't we take $200,000 from the CDBG and as a mark for demo and put that there?
I'm
But
not
that-
arguing.
Yeah.
I
That's what I'm saying.
I totally have the numbers ready by 4 o'clock today.
So
The
we're talking-
process is more encumbering. I want whatever comes out to be accurate.
Yes.
Correct.
So we're talking three different things. The CDBG, SNAP line and code enforcement line is for salary that was not drawn down. We already paid these individuals already from a general fund. The contingency, we're talking about the demo. And if they have invoice that we need to draw down against demo line from the CDBG, then we just need to do a reversal on the contingency line. And to just do away with the CDBG 200,000 and then go directly back into the general fund for the 400,000. So the the two lines there, SNAP and code enforcement, should remain because those were salary, set aside for salary, and it was never drawn on.
Correct.
So my comment was going to be, part of Ms. Carter's conversation was identifying that this is a federal program. So it's quarterly reported, and to my knowledge, the 2025 years are closed out. So I would hope moving forward, that we just continue with understanding that these funds are available and that these department heads understand the expectations for submitting full and complete invoices so that they can be submitted appropriately and timely. I would hope that we're not going back because I think that is a moot point if the system is already closed federally. So I am safe to say after this extended conversation, I think understanding how we got here is a separate conversation. I think we are understanding that we are here. Thank you to Ms. Carver and her team for identifying those funds. I think we can move on.
Yes. What I would like to see after the budget and the committee cycle, that we have on the agenda to discuss this in more detail, the CDBG and available funding across each department.
Yeah, we should have it by then.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Well, then I would like a commitment from the council that if after the budget is passed, if we don't have any information before the budget is passed, and we later find out that there is money that can be used to offset the budget and put money back into the hands of taxpayers, that we're going to amend our budget and let it reflect accordingly. And as far as then what I'm saying is very simply is that I did my homework based on the numbers that was given to us. And we have a responsibility to identify all available funding sources as we're working through this budget. That is our responsibility to people who are depending on us to make sure that we're doing that. And what I'm saying is that I already put my numbers, okay? I've already did what we've been asking to do, so I'm not holding up the process. So it seems to me that there's money that's there, and I have a strong inclination that there's probably more, and we really need to be talking about that as a way to offset some of this cost. And that's just my position. If everyone wants to just move on, certainly.
At this point in time, I think we can have to move on, but I would agree with you that we could definitely amend in the budget if we find out that there's other funds available. It makes sense.
And just to go on record, I agree with that comment. Definitely the forensic research should not be halted. But we do have to continue on, and definitely if there are more funding sources identified, to Mr. Farley's point, amending the budget is the least consideration we can do to be responsive to the conditions that we are presenting the community with financially.
Okay, let's move on to A56 N from B. A parking fine. I think all of us had 220. We received that email. And they're suggesting that they want like $1 million, 1.1 million. So we are $30,000 off. So I am comfortable with $30,000. This is an estimate.
So,
I mean, 30,000 off the recommendation is not, it's not bad. We're not far apart.
are you saying to leave the 30 or to
So I'm
take it out?
suggesting that we leave the 1,130,000.
Okay.
Because we're not far apart.
Mr. Mayor, I would caution the other way. I think there would need that to be considered of what Chief Whipple has responded to. I think that would be still taking a lot of risk. I think that is putting a strong weight on his comments as well.
I would agree.
Me too.
We're bringing it to 1.1 million across the board.
910.
No,
910.
1.1 is what he said.
What, 1.1? Yes. So I'm comfortable, flexible to bring that on, to compromise. So can we make note of that, please? First line, this one here, and then we make notes. Not the first line, this is a first change.
Except that I think in Whipple's email to us, he said they're gonna try to meet the 910.
That's it, then I go to the next line.
But yeah, go all the way down, to the bottom, the
We're gonna have that extra.
All right.
third line from the bottom at the very beginning. He says, I'm comfortable in it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I'm okay.
Fine, because it was one of the only ones we all agreed on.
1.1.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mr. Williams, you are 1 point, everyone is 1?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll mark that as for change. The next line is delinquent parking fines. Some of us are close, some of us far apart.
That one we
Can
definitely
we
did not have
compromise
any.
there in terms of the changes? 340, 500, 370,
I think
70, 500,
we had,
370.
Recommendation coming from the police department is to stay at 170.
170.
I'm okay with 170.
But I still think.
Yeah, I
that,
was
with
really
the- with the
overestimating
approach
that.
that they're taking, and with the system up and running last November, we've seen today the actual year to date as of today is 133,000. And the program is just up and running this year and into next year, so the number is going to be driving up. But there are a couple $1 million of outstanding tickets. Less than 3 years.
So they started in November of 2024 with their program,
Yes,
and this is not even a year.
yes. And that's how I'm basing my numbers. And based on the conversation I had, yes, it's an aggressive approach. You know, production agency, you know, ramp up mailing. So the outstanding, gains the outstanding tickets. I mean, I'm flexible to move my number down. I mean, I am not gonna.
Me too.
Yes. I mean, I don't have to stay where I am. But I think we should, you know.
Well, I think we just need to come up, on that particular line, we all had a different, well, I think Mr. Mudavaren and I had the same, right?
Yes.
But everybody else, let's see, well, no,
Chief
Two-
is
two
comfortable
folks
with
had-
170.
yeah.
I don't have a problem moving down to 170. under
Well,
his
170
recommendation.
is the
Budget.
proposed budget.
That's what he says here, that he's projected revenues.
So if we go over the 170, we're definitely not going with the recommendation from the PD. So it looks like we have to discuss this one.
Yeah, I'm willing to bring mine down to 300,000 from 500,000. That's an increase of 130,000 from 300,000. 330,000 I was asking for.
I think that you and I, Mr. Mudavaren, were going off the, what we heard from the
Yes.
presentation. However, now that we've gotten the revised memo today from the police department, I'm questioning myself on putting in that high a figure. So, I mean, maybe go, we all are well over that figure in terms of what is being recommended by the police department. So I don't know, what are folks feeling? Because they're saying 170, right? You find that one? Yeah.
What would be your number?
Well, I
What would you
mean, I'm gonna
recommend?
have to go down from 500 to either 170, so, I mean, I could see maybe 200, but we're still then going over the, what they're comfortable seeing as something that we can collect. I just don't wanna, inflate something and then not be able to make it, so. But I mean, obviously, I'm well over, I have to change my number, so I'm interested to hear what other people say.
So
500 obviously
Yeah.
isn't gonna do it.
that's kind of a small increase, the only increase is about 30,000. Again, I'm going back to what they said when they presented it.
Mhm.
It sounded like it was gonna be significantly more
Mhm.
available.
Mhm.
Because they present, they give us an analysis of how many they had.
Yes.
1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and there have been millions of dollars that the agency is going to fight it for like over the next year or two.
I mean, I will say that, again, I think, I'm just speaking for myself, but you and I might have been in the same thought pattern here, Mr. Mudavaren, but because that was through the 3 years or less.
Yes.
So maybe, I mean, obviously anything over that is gonna be, like impossible to collect, but they also had a figure for the 6 months, right? Braden was 130, 605. I think we were just trying to figure out some additional revenue, but they're now saying that they would be comfortable at 170, but
But then
So I'm just trying to see what other people are,
The presentation, they talk about, the 1.2.
there was 1.2.
And it's in a different,
50.
time bracket. That, the agency is gonna start sending out, notices.
Well, what are other people? I mean, he and I have the same.
I'm going to drop mine to 300,000 from 500,000. So that's an increase of 130,000.
This was very good. I can find myself in agreement with that. I would say if we're noticing early on in the year that those collections are moving incrementally, I think it is incumbent upon us to evaluate the efficacy of that collection agency, because that would mean then, regardless of what tickets you're getting in, you just gotta wait out the system. I think that is a poor message to send, because the time and effort that goes into place to filing those tickets, we need to ensure that collection is equally enforced as well. So I think at some point we need to evaluate how well the collection process is being conducted. I think that is also an appropriate next step. I can be in agreement with almost that $3,000.
I kind of saw this in there, that was my original, I increased it based on the conversation, but I'm going to go back down to 300,000.
I was low at 100,000 to put it at 270, but I'm comfortable with my 270.
Mr. Farley, you were at 370.
Certainly, and I think based on, you know, the email we received today, are we comfortable going down to 300,000 as well? Also noting that, and I think we'll run into this as we go through multiple lines, that there's a point of some level of evaluation of how efficient some of these things are being. So I'm okay with 300 in the sake of drawing some consensus within reason and moving on.
Mr. Torrey is okay there?
Yes.
Ms. Patrick?
I think 300. I'm okay with going to 300.
Yeah, 300, okay.
Isn't that what everybody's,
Yes.
the majority are saying 300?
Yeah, the two of us have 500,000 based on the conversation, based on
Right.
the number that was presented to us. That's how I factor in the number. But I'm comfortable dropping it to overall 300,000. You're good. So are we making note of that, please? Okay, let's keep moving. Bus.
Patrol, it looks like,
Patrol.
oops, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong line. Okay. Did we all agreed on that one?
Bus. All right.
600.
400 plus 200,000, 600,000 based on the presentation, based on the amount of outstanding ticket. And based on what we told that, there will be some sort of aggressive approach towards doing to collect these outstanding tickets. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So again, without the law's input, and Mr. O'Brien just gave us his input that there's nothing in place now to even work on well, he told us that, but it was going to be a long, drawn out process that may or may not happen in 2026 to even collect any.
Is that what you said?
We're going to start the default judgment.
Right.
That's what we're doing now, and then it's then, if that doesn't generate revenue, then we will look to hire in conjunction with the bus company, the collection agency.
Cool.
So, but the numbers you have there are aggressive numbers. I think the PD is saying 400,000. I think based on them getting default judgments, seeing how that goes, in the hopes that they're going to generate some money. And then if that doesn't, then we're going to switch over to collections. I think that we have to be mindful that this is not readily, their projections are on the high side. Based on talking to the PD, my conversations with the Corporation Counsel and the Assistant Corporation Counsel who handles these cases. So I just throw that out there for your consideration.
If I may go back to based on the presentation that we had with the police department, the initial $400,000 in the proposed budget did not account for the $600,000 of outstanding ticket that is associated with the bus patrol safety fine. So we have $600,000 unaccounted for. We took a third of that and say, let's do an aggressive approach to collect a third of that. And I think that's reasonable. What we need to do is to put things in place. Don't wait until next year. Let's start it now. Put things in place to start to go and amend or put laws in place. So how do we go and start to attract some sort of mechanism in place to get these outstanding violation. So $200,000 out of the $600,000. I don't think it's unreasonable.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ross didn't think it was unreasonable either. She was very cautious. And she identified that she was going to send back some confirmational emails thereafter, which I did not think we received. But the comment was that if a third of that line would not be too overreaching, which was not taken into consideration by the police according to Chief of Police response. So I'm comfortable saying.
It's 6.
Yeah,
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
anyone else want to drop theirs?
No.
Increase
I
theirs?
think we're all in the same,
I should
we all
say
said
drop,
the
we
same
can
thing on
increase.
that one. I mean, I will say, my notes from when they presented to us says that once the ticket is issued, then it is the law department that has to then do the rest of the work. So we just have to be cognizant of any corresponding expenses if we're increasing the if we're thinking we can increase the revenue. Because even although I'm hearing what you're saying today, that, I mean, I wonder if there's a way that that bus patrol company, you're saying that they might assist in this
Well,
election. Do we have to-
they want their money as well. So
So,
they're not collecting.
okay,
They're, in other words, they're a vendor and they're not getting their.
what they're supposed, what,
Right, based, because
The fines split up. So
Fine, split up,
they pay for
so
their investment.
they don't get paid until the fine is paid.
Gotcha.
So that they have obviously interest
in trying to get that money.
money.
This is where it's gonna come into play, that this agency with the law departments need to work in conjunction. And put whatever they need to put in place to go after and get these,
That
Thank you, but at this point, they don't have a collection
That
agency
is
in mind
correct.
for trying
There is
to
none.
recruit one, correct?
Right
That's
now,
correct.
we're just getting default judgments from any defaults.
Gotcha.
Cases. We don't have one in place now. The idea is to get one, seeing how it moves forward with the defaults and then have conversations with
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
But you think this amount is a little large?
I think it's large because it's not going to be an account receivable. In other words, you get a default judgment. Are they going to, then we have to enforce the judgment and get it collected.
Mm,
And then the same thing with, collections agencies. Collection agency reaches out and collects, but they also want the fee for their services as well. So as you're going through this, I understand where you're all coming from. Got it, but, just be mindful that figure may be on the aggressive side. I understand what the corporation counsel said, but I had further conversations with her this afternoon, so I'm just.
okay.
So based on your feedback, what do we need to put in place in order to move forward?
I think we should come off of that 200 grand. You don't have to do anything.
What do the law department district, what does the law department need to do in order to move this forward and put things in place?
No, you don't, we're already getting default judgments.
Okay.
We're doing what we need.
What do we have to do? Okay, so you are doing the process, yeah, you start the process.
Starting the process of getting these older
Okay.
tickets, because the program has now been up and running for over a year now, so it's becoming a more mature process.
So that's it, so you answer, yeah, that's the question you answer, what needs to get done in order to get these tickets paid?
So I have a question for Mr.
Yes.
Brian. So you go to court, you get the default judgment.
Yeah.
And at any point, does the law department try to then, collect the judgment, or are you recommending that it's an outside agency tries to do it?
let's see what we can do internally first. I think that's the plan before we go to an outside agency. Because like I said, if we're going to an outside agency, we're gonna have to partner with the vendor on this. And if we're doing it ourselves, we're doing it, we'll get the money. We still have to give the money to the vendor, but if you got a collections agency, you gotta pay the collections.
And just to add to that, because looking at the law department, there is a request to, add a staff member, so, that's going to increase the staff, so.
Yeah, we have, and now that we're getting the other additional tickets from the speed zone, it's another burden on the law department to prosecute. The tickets are issued, but then they have to be processed through the system. So,
Mr. Chairman. So I'm comfortable staying out where I'm at based on the fact that those $600,000, that's all. I think that third is to have an expectation of us collecting a third. I think it's pretty reasonable. That was the basis of my I got, and that's why I'm comfortable staying there.
So let me go back to the delinquent, the consultant, the use consultant. The collection agency that we have for the delinquent parking, we don't pay them any money. They attach a surcharge to each of these tickets. So I'm guessing it will be the same here for the bus patrol. Yes, so more likely it will be the same. So we're not losing. I mean, is that, or we don't have to pay this more than likely?
Bus patrol, because bus
I don't
patrol has a different set of legislation that created it.
That's to that. The Corporation Council told us that she was going to look into that because they might be able to utilize them to help collect this, something like that.
like I said earlier, when we do delinquent parking tickets, that's us. We don't have any part. We're dealing with a vendor. We have to work within the law that enable that legislation as well as dealing with them. So we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. In further conversations with Ms. Barrage this afternoon, Corporation Council, she was not as comfortable with her initial.
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're very,
Yes.
say that's why it's important for those individuals to be present at these meetings. This is stuff from Mr. O'Brien, but sincerely having that from the source is imperative to myself make the best informed decision. Unfortunately, I can go off the last conversation that I heard from her, taking into consideration your feedback.
Okay. No problem. That's okay.
And our numbers were based on the conversation that we had with the Corporation Council. So that's how we kind of like, okay, we're comfortable at 200,000, increase it to 200,000 across the board based on the conversation we had
Right.
with several
And what
individuals.
I'm saying, she revised those comments when the next meeting on Thursday. She couldn't make tonight's meeting, but I'm just saying, be mindful of that.
Those things should have communicated to all of us. If any individual or department had a change in mind, they should have communicated that to the entire council, or if not, to the mayor, and it could have passed on to us. I'm sticking with my 200,000 because I'm confident that I'm sure it's more than $600,000 as of today. Mr. Williams, did you say you're comfortable with that, or?
Yes.
We don't have,
I'm not
what do you
comfortable.
want to do? You're.
I'll bring it down 100,000. I'm not comfortable with leaving it
So,
to an additional
okay,
200.
okay,
Thank you.
can we make note, please?
So you'd be at 500.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
You'd be at 500
500.
instead of 600.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Patrick.
I'm gonna stay with the 600 for now,
Mr. Farley, did you say?
unless everybody else wants to go to 500. I'm willing to go down.
No, I'm very comfortable with
Mr. Williams,
third what's up for 600.
the next one item, we don't have to do anything. We'll strike that out.
What, yeah, and
We'll
There's
stay
only
with
a
the
few of
mayor's
us that
proposed
has-
2.3 million.
yeah.
Mhm.
The next one is sale of house. We have numbers all over the place here.
Well, actually, let's see. 1, 2,
So Ms.
Oh, no,
Porterfield
you're
increased it to $1 million, Rivera $1 million, Mr. Farley 500. Mr. Toro 0, Mr. Patrick 0, and Mr. William 500.
Again, we talked about this one several times, and I was definitely looking, based on my experience on the, with property management committee, but also where we're at already this year with only, I mean, we only have 2 meetings left, so it's unlikely that we're going to be able to increase too much more than what the year to date is, but I have to go back and look at the year to date again.
I think year to date only takes you through in September though, right?
It does, but I'm just saying, I mean, October, November, December, so tomorrow I think is October.
We get today, we're still at 1.5.
1.5? Okay, thank you. So we're at 1.5.
Well, you have to factor in also the house that is pending, here to be closed.
I think it'd be difficult. I mean, I don't know. I'd like to hear from you guys, but I think we'll end 2025. What did you just say we were at now?
1.5.
1.5. I mean, how much do you think we usually do per? I don't even think we'll get to 2. We won't even probably get to 2 million. I mean, no, I'm talking about this year. Though.
This year, maybe, I don't know. Maybe 2 million, I don't know, the next few months will, right, depending on we actually receive. Or open in our software.
That's why I was being conservative on that one, just based on my experience over the last couple of years, over the last few years here.
You may have walked out when we were talking. So we are the sales of homes. So Ms. Porterfield is at $1 million increase, myself $1 million increase. Mr. Farley at 500,000 increase, Mr. Toro and Ms. Patrick at 0 increase, and you at 500,000. Are you comfortable at that number, Mr. Farley, Mr. Williams, Ms. Porterfield?
Your hand was up, really brand new.
Oh, I'm sorry, he was asking me this question. I just got it up there.
Question, go ahead.
We did get I think a response here regarding the housing revenue. The proposed budget allocates 3 million, not 4 million, as previously suggested. Council has already agreed on this matter by the Director of Development, who confirmed that the $3 million figure in the mayor's proposed budget is realistic.
That's carried as $3 million net.
Oh, that's
so
right.
that doesn't take into account, we're basically paying 15% commission to the realtors. There's some title work, other closing costs. So the $3 million bill represents $3,450,000, $3.5 million sales.
Okay, but the title is already budgeted under for title cost.
So
Yeah, it's under there.
Mr. Toro, what were you just reading off of?
That is a letter, that is a letter, everybody.
No, I
So
know. I'm trying to go through my stuff.
It's a package that we just received.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone has a copy of it, and we went through it.
Oh, huh. I was using mine as a ruler, sorry. That's why I couldn't find it. Oh, yeah, I see. 3 million. Yep. We have to come to agreement on that one.
Are you looking to put a number there?
I'm staying with my 3 million on that one, just based on what I just said,
Okay.
in terms of my past year's experience. No, I'm sorry. I'm laughing at myself.
We have to come to an agreement.
Well, I know, but I mean, other folks are, let's see what everybody else says.
It's right across there.
4435. Anybody else interested in changing their number? Based on the recommendation that is on the memo I was using as my ruler. The Director of Development is recommending 3 million. Anybody?
Mr. Rivera, I'd say similar to Farley's previous points in earlier meetings, I think he did not disagree with Mr. Rivera. Counting his comments accurately, he was just not as overly zealous. I did appreciate Mr. Rivera's account of outstanding foreclosure listings, potential sales of 2 large properties, which we anticipate closing out in 2025, or should it not, those will be contributed to the next fiscal year. So I think with that, I'm comfortable with the 3.5 million that he out.
I can support 3.5.
moving it from, so that's,
Taking mine down from the, just trying to get that.
also going down to, instead of 1,500,000 for you.
Correct.
And Mr. Farley was, Mr. Williams, you're staying at 500.
Okay.
I'm fine bringing mine down. To 500,000. Can you make note of that, please? Inter, no, okay. Okay, let's move to the next one, mortgage and banks. We have 1, 2, 3,
Four.
4
You have four.
members asking for an increase of 450. With 2 members, sorry, 1 member at 100 and 1 at 50. Any changes to our this line? Is it or you good with your number? Okay. Ms. Patrick, you good with your number here?
I am, yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Ms. Porterfield,
Almost set.
I'm good with mine. Mr. Farley, is it good? Mr. Williams, you good?
Yes.
So it'd be 1.4, right?
Yes. The next one is casino. I think it's a slam dunk across the board. We align with the 1.160
Mm-hmm,
everyone.
mm-hmm.
And the fund balance is based on how much adjustment we made. Then we'll adjust that line accordingly. Okay, so we can move into expense. We do have a summary here, but if you have it, then you can go through any additional you may have. Patrick, you said you were striking out.
Oops, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I was going to put a piece of paper away, trying to get out of my sight.
You had mentioned about striking out.
Yes, I
Yes.
I want to take that out, that
Yes.
council member thing, I was,
So, well,
I had misunderstood the original.
yes. So please, let's strike that out,
Mm-hmm,
and that should be 0.
mm-hmm.
A 1430. Get Porterfield,
I asked
that's
that
what it
to
is.
be returned to the budget based on the private conversations.
Yep, and I have to support this because we badly need this in the city for some employees. Do we have support for this across the board?
Yes.
Everyone?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Michael, Commissioner, please make note. The next one,
MEOs.
sorry, yeah, wow, 1621. Mr. Toro, you had it
You were adding.
Is this an ad?
It was an ad for one in streets and one in,
Do you have notes?
The other one
I
is,
do.
Go
Wait,
back,
let me go back to my-
go back into your sheet.
but I'm interested
Please
in
go
what,
back to your previous sheet or the,
yes, I'm interested in what Mr. Williams, was trying to think along the line. in
yeah,
that
there were some
department,
members back and forth on this
Yeah.
here.
proposed into Mr. Williams, can you?
he's down below though, I
No,
think.
no, no,
I
not
don't
on a
know.
particular line, but about moving some, temporary into,
Oh, yes,
would this
staff,
include-
moving some to staff.
right, streets and SNAP.
Yes.
That's what it was. So what is,
So that's converting seasonal, one line, half of that, converting it to actual labor position. So cutting that line in half and creating two, labor positions.
so it would probably be two that I want to put in,
Sorry, say again?
two MEOs, labor loaders in that position. And
Those are two different positions, so
are you in trash or you in street and SNAP?
I'm not clear. I believe those positions were in place.
There were two ARPA positions that were,
They're in,
Yeah.
About 121? It's been properly managed.
But the seasonal line was in place, so that.
it was the way, because I do like that idea of
Labor.
that, right?
Sorry, you said that you had a position, that change is only $52,000, they can't account.
Yeah,
That's one position.
But
Yeah,
that's
the-
a different number.
there were two, there were one in,
So I believe you're talking
See
about the
down.
16, 121, and,
Right.
if you look further down in your column, notice we see the, 85, 110, 120 MEL.
oh, right,
It goes down like
I got it down
5110
there,
and
yeah.
8161.
Right, but we'll
The
go
one
line
is-
by line, so
yeah,
we'll focus
right.
on it.
so that's the
Right.
two, staff and one in street, so.
Okay, so what line are
Thank
we
you.
talking about right now?
We're on A 1621 121.
Right.
It's up here someplace.
Okay, because then we started talking about, okay.
Yeah.
21 is,
Understand.
SNAP, yeah, the one is SNAP. And both those positions were ARPA funded in the past. But I would like to hear more from Mr. Williams. I mean, he said it, but I think he's got a good,
Well, Mr. William doesn't have anything on this line.
no, I know,
It was one of the other ones, I think.
no, I know, I just heard that, but.
So, Mr. Toro, what would you like to do with this one here?
You keep that,
Would you like to keep this
Yeah.
position?
I would,
It's a one in a year.
one.
So stay at your expense of 316,722, Mr. Toro?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to stay with the 263,935 or do you want to add the new one? So that would be, the figure is 316,722 on that line. Is that what you want to stay with?
Wait,
Okay.
just one position there. At 52.
Add one position, yep. So no, so
So
basically
where-
nobody else was making changes. Mine is actually just the same. We all kind of handled this differently in terms of when we put in our recommendations. So mine is just actually keeping us at the same, which is 263,935. Just wanted to clarify that. But everybody else must have also just wanted to keep it the same, correct?
Right, unless there's something in these columns.
Which there isn't.
But this is a new hire.
That was a new one.
Huh?
That was. They were currently in a freeze, I think
Oh.
some figures earlier.
So
pointed
I was
out
about to say-
budget.
So we took, okay, so we took that out somewhere.
So it produced a new hire and all of us are on the same page, demand to complete the freeze, the hiring
Really?
for next year.
My mistake.
So, yeah, so
Thank you.
we want to align with the mayor to give him
It just-
an opportunity
You're
to do
absolutely
freeze,
right.
to realign the budget
I just
and to
always
kind
found
of
out.
like,
I hear you.
you know, and if we were to say, okay, if we're saying supporting the freeze and we're asking, well, hire,
I'm perfectly fine with that, sir.
can I have a checkbook? I'll give it to the mayor, sign the
No,
check
and
and
I,
give it to us.
I just
So we're
don't wanna-
sticking with 263,935.
Yes, we are.
Yes, I
Okay.
just always want to
Okay,
support her.
The next one,
you have to raise 52,
repairs,
53,000 then.
Miss Patrick, you're asking the draft.
I was trying to cut some expenses, basically, so I'm happy to stay at the 170 if everybody else is, but I was trying to save us some money.
You have done what,
Well, hold on, I have to look up the year-to-date, but what
Yeah, I
I'm
think you
saying is
said
I
that.
was just trying to cut $20,000 from that line, but I'm sure I based it on year-to-date. Let me
Yeah,
just look it up.
you did, I remember that.
well, look at it, I mean, we can realign it, I mean, other members.
I'm happy, if everybody else is at
Yeah.
170, I'll go to 170. I was
No,
I was
look at the
just
notes.
trying to save us some,
You know,
let me just see here, 1622.
Look at the notes on this, realign it's all. If it's something that we can consider across the board, we will.
Year-to-date is, let me just get to the right place. Year-to-date, again, I know that this is end of September. We were at, having spent about $100,000. So our budget was $200,000 last year, so, I mean, I'm happy to go to 170, but everybody else was at 170, right?
No, we didn't make any changes.
Right, so it's good to stay at
So that's what I'm
170.
saying, if, what other members think, we can realign with yours. So,
I'm based on what Ms. Patrick, I remember that conversation where she was going based on the year to date. I didn't think that $20,000 a drastic reduction. So I think that I'd be comfortable going to Ms. Patrick's 150.
I've heard of the bubble.
yes, Mrs. Doyle.
Thank you. I'm just saying, looking at past, well, again, 2023 was 166,000, 2024 was 130 actual. I mean, the proposed budget, it did already take $30,000 off of the 200,000 that was adopted. I mean, we just don't know how much repairs are
don't.
gonna be.
So I mean, I'm happy to be at
So
the
I'm over
170, so it's all, I'm happy to change my recommendation. It's only 20, I mean, I was only saving us $20,000, so.
Yeah, but
Well, $20,000 is to be half of someone's, salary.
in the next page, we're going to be talking about compensations, and I think based on Mr. Turk, could you read those last two?
2023 was 166. 700,000, 166,741. 2024 was only 130,835. Adopted in 25 was 200,000. We're only at 100,000, but the proposed is 170 again.
Right. Yeah, that's I think that was a good calculation you made. In fact, I would have said it.
I don't think it's unreasonable to drop it by $20,000. I think it's small, but
Just
yet
trying to
we
find
get
something.
the help.
That was good, and it's
We're
gonna
just
help
trying to find
us.
some money.
No, it was a good justification.
What other vendors think?
I think it's good justification. If I could just get your year and date again, please.
Sorry.
We said 100,000.
I have to go back and find it again, I'm sorry. 16, 22, 460.
She got it. Yeah. What was it?
It was 99,869. So I said 100,000 at the end of September. So you've got to imagine that there'd be more. Oh, do you guys have today's year to date or?
You're saying it's 46K available.
Oh, available.
Yeah, that's what,
As of,
yep.
30.
46. So that would make it like 150,000.
Yeah, that's
Actually, that's probably.
Yeah.
solid.
I'm okay for bringing it down to that, so it's been negative 20,000, 120, 150.
I'm okay.
Anybody else have any change? Mr. Torre, you have none?
No.
You're staying at zero?
No, no.
On the sign?
150. Yeah, I'm
Or
fine.
150?
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone is at 150 and
Same decision.
please make notes, okay? The next one is contingency, and that's where we had back and forth with CDBG. So I would ask him to hold this one, based on, allow the mayor to get some information from his department heads. And we can revisit this one, because if they are in and out, then we'll need to realign this line, to go back to the general, to the mayor's proposed 400,000 from the general fund. And free up the $200,000 to pay those demo invoice that they're doing the reconciliation.
I also asked on this contingency line that for a year to date, what has been paid from the budget from today, what actually came out of it? My understanding of initially when we had the explanation was it wasn't just demolition, there were other things that came out of that line. So I asked for a breakdown, yeah, okay, breakdown of what came out of the line so we can say how much is
This was today's memo, Ms. Porterfield? Did we get something today? Is what you said?
It's coming down.
Oh.
Can I give it to you?
Thank you.
So based on this, so Dan's following, so 1, 2,
282, 501.
so the
Yeah, we're
first
all-
two, I see, is it 3 demolitions on here, is that correct, Mr. Goodman?
So there are 80 downloads, I believe. You got 4 that are that's monitoring. There's one development. There is a software send it back. Then UCC Unified Communications. Then there is a small adjustment, stage treasurer.
So Commissioner, why are we paying UCC out of this, out of the contingency? And also, why are we paying settlement out of this one when we have money set aside under the law department? So claims and things like that.
Unique personnel matter within the police department. Going to executive session.
We'll have to go into executive session. This was about we had a special presentation on it. Remember, the police chief was here during the summer.
Oh, okay.
It was, I think, a unique
Gotcha.
situation. We, to go into, we would have to go to executive session to get into the details. I'm just trying to refresh. And that's all kind of always.
This will discuss, yes, sometime.
This year, it was probably during the summer.
It's actual council resolution.
Yes.
I don't remember, yeah, I was gonna say it was discussed with it.
Yeah, I went to the point.
Went through claims, so we don't need to, we can just refresh ourselves with it. No, I just wanted to ask, I thought it went through the.
Yeah,
Law department, yes.
Yeah, this was.
Mr. Chair, so you're saying in order for us to get an explanation of why it came out of where it came out of, we'd have to go into executive session for that?
Yeah, because I wouldn't really have to give, the names and really go into the details.
Okay.
What that was all about.
No, we don't need to get into specific, so why, because it was discussing claims, we
Right.
approved it. Why it wasn't drawn up from the money that is within the law department.
There was not enough funding in that line, so it came out.
Okay. And then we talked about the UCC also, what was that?
Unified Communication UCC, I believe that's for the police department, if I recall correctly. I don't know why there must have been an increase, full records for this payment. The council would like more clarification, and pull that up and see exactly what it's for and why, it came out of this account.
Because we have a separate line, so set aside to pay. So you're saying that it was over
I can only assume.
2024. Anything else with regards to the contingency?
No, just, I was really interested in the, demolition, so that total out of this is $169,300, so. We're talking about 200,000.
Okay, keep moving. So we'll reserve that and come back to that once we have. Senior program. Across the board. Anybody's pulling out? That 40,000? Okay, move in. The next one, administrative expense. Mr. Williams, can you help us so that we can realign with you? That's why.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt for 1 second, Mr. Williams? I missed, are we staying at, what are we saying for contingency? I'm sorry.
No contingency. We'll wait on the.
We're gonna
mayor's,
wait. Okay, thank you.
The mayor's waiting on the department head to.
Okay,
So
sorry, I
provide some
just missed the
information.
final.
So it will not be, it wouldn't be productive for us to,
Yep, no, you can keep moving, I
Because
just missed that.
whatever information that we receive, we will have to back that out and go with the mayor's proposal
Mhm.
and free up the CDBG money to pay for those invoices.
Mhm.
If they're in, hopefully not. All right,
So 3120.
3120.
Let's say along those lines, as the conversations around the table are continued, I think there are growing expectations that the department will function with the overtime budget line that they are proposed to have. I would like to remove that request.
Okay. So we will strike those out.
Mhm.
Thank you.
In-service trading EMS fees for service.
Yeah, I just was basically staying with
Zero,
what
is staying at
yeah, just staying with the 144, I guess.
Yeah, that's not.
But is everybody else just staying with the 144 also? Is that why those lines are blank?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is, next year when we do this, we have to make sure we're all doing it the same way in terms of how we're putting in our recommendations.
And that's what keep asking, because as soon as we get this, they're gone to the department, they plug the numbers in and bring it back to us. But not having that information now, we're doing the work that we're supposed to do since last week. Dog shelter.
No, wait a minute, I didn't understand what you were just saying.
No, I'm
Because
saying
I
that-
did do all my work to be able to put these recommendations
Yes, I
in.
understand, but the fact keep asking to over and over, submit your recommendation. We're here doing recommendation now. So let's go, let's keep going. Dog shelter, there's a recommendation there for $10,000.
Mhm.
I can recall when PE was here, they were actively seeking grants to help
Yeah.
with this program.
Right.
Yeah, and I think Lieutenant Dalton.
It is,
Lieutenant
Lieutenant
very
Dalton.
aggressive and he is the last yet. I'm not sure why, what would $10,000 do in terms of helping that
Hold on, I
process?
just want to see what is in the budget.
There's a matching requirement for some of the grants.
Page
Hold on,
47.
45?
47.
47.
There's proposed 10,000.
Again, I was just sticking with the proposed budget, which is 10,000. But nobody else,
Well,
see what I'm
that's-
saying? Like, we all just had a different way of putting in our recommendations. This was just something that I wanted
Yeah,
to make
but
sure we stay at
the
10,000.
column is correct in 2026 proposed, and the column on to the left, it has zero. So that's why I thought that was an ad.
No, sorry, I'm just keeping it at the mayoral
Oh,
budget,
So we
$10,000.
just need, so.
Strike that out.
Strike it
that
out of here.
Strike that out.
Again, like I said, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
reiterate that we all did it differently.
Yes, so
I'm writing same on
we're-
my own notes. Okay,
we're all in favor of keeping that, and it can be used as, I mentioned, matching grants, to help with the fund.
And next line, because of the hiring freeze, we'll scratch that, please.
Can you give me a check? Or blank check and sign it?
and mine was just saying same as the budget, so we're okay there.
Yeah, so we're striking out these because of,
Striking out Ms. DeToro's.
Yeah, you hire, sorry.
we're saying that, we would like to see all these put on hold.
And then the other one,
I think,
nobody had
we
a
talk
change.
about this, we are aligning with the mayor in terms of the hiring freeze. And that should do a new hire in 2023. It doesn't mean that we're not gonna hire people. We can always revisit the mayor can always come back to the council with proposal to budget reappropriation. And if there's a need to hire someone, that it's not a done deal. Things can always be adjusted and move forward and putting people in places.
So again, that's just sticking with the mayoral budget. Now.
Okay.
Oh, this was me again, just trying to find some money, so I was taking away one of the two code officers. And Mr. Williams, you probably were taking two, right?
Correct.
But those positions are not, they're vacant.
Well,
There are vacancies there. If I can recruit people, I'm gonna hire them for those slots.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
Good
Me too.
revenue source.
I was basing it on how many people were budgeted in, I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure that it was budgeted in 2025 for X number of folks, but we only have the 5, so I was just going down based on what we currently had, but I knew that actually this is a very important position, so I'm happy to take out my reduction.
Ms. Williams, say you took my nurse.
No, I'm saying
Sorry.
it was budgeted for 10.
Yeah.
5 were hired. for
Right.
Positions. I agree with the mayor highlighting this is a very vital position in the city. I think the only thing that caution was the actuality was hiring 5 code enforcement officers this year. So it's like a 3.
Yep.
Big number.
We can do 5 vacancies and 5 vacancies from now into next year. That's an aggressive hiring.
And I believe, I can align with Mr. Williams on that, 'cause I believe, when we're having these conversations, I believe, Mr. Trinity said that we just got the 5, and we asked him historically, he says it's the first time that it's been to 5.
Yes.
So I think that's removing 2 of those positions. It's feasible.
I'm just go back to Ms. Patrick, so you remove your recommendation?
Can I just look really quickly
Sure.
at my notes here that I took when Mr. Trinzi was,
Yeah, the hiring, is very slow. In terms of that, because
I mean, I guess,
hiring
I-
5 officers, so any department, that's an aggressive approach.
It would be a historical approach if it happened.
but everyone else is staying at, except for Mr. Williams and I, everyone else is staying at
I'm willing to, I'm
six,
willing,
five,
I
5, 2.
respond first though.
I'm.
What?
No.
So just.
I ask you for a response of what you're gonna do. In terms of your recommendation.
So
I'm willing to align with.
I'm just trying to have some dialogue with my fellow council members around this one, before I give a response. How are people feeling about
So
that?
currently, Mr. Williams had a recommendation, and so, now, like, I'm going to go with Mr. Williams' recommendation based on what he's just explained. That, you know, we have 5, this goal was to, hire 5 more, but that hiring 3 would be, probably more reasonable, goal that we would reach, so. I'm changing mine, I know this document doesn't reflect that currently, but I'm willing to move it to that.
Okay, and yeah, so I said that I'm, based on the fact that what Mr. Chincy explained to us around, he's at 5 now, he just got to 5. He's never been to 5 since he's been in the position. And so 10 would be an extremely lofty number, so I will align with Mr. Williams. In fact, I could say eliminate 3, but being that the necessity position, I'd like to at least have enough. If we are lucky enough to find the right people, we can find 3, that'd be good. So I'm gonna stay with removing 2 positions.
So, yeah, this, whatever hire you do with this department does not affect your, hiring freeze. This department will be exempted in terms of, or any hire product. Essential hires.
The simple thing that I'm using is if a hire has the ability to generate revenue, it would cover it, and I'm
That's the problem.
Okay, essential, okay.
applying to fill the position and make sure the revenue's there.
That's the problem with this one. I mean, it definitely generates revenue, so we have to look at the revenue if we take away
Well,
the hires.
right, so in theory, I agree with the mayor, with that, I align with the mayor on that. I'm saying based on the fact that we've never gotten to 10, in fact, based on what we heard from the department head, that this is the first time we've ever gotten to 5, based on the history of how people have moved out of that department. I think that 3 is a pretty lofty goal, but it's doable, with some level of use Mr. Mudavorian's term of aggressive approach there. So I think that removing 2 wouldn't be harmful at all. Honestly, I think that again, I think we could go 3, but I'll go 2.
Again, historically, 5 is not an unreasonable number. It's the pay scale there has drifted a little bit to the low end, what some of the competing municipalities have. So then, just market forces that make other communities more attractive. Schenectady, you know, that's hard for anybody in this table to believe, but it does happen occasionally.
No, I thought we realigned them a year ago or 2.
We've made some adjustments, but then other people have made other adjustments in other areas.
My gosh. We did that, what, 2 years ago? Yeah, to realign them to kind of be parallel with the capital.
The contract for CSA was just approved recently, and they're part of that.
Do we do like exit interviews when people leave to collect that type of data? Is that a practice we do?
Is that something?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where.
But they have been a high turnover from this department over the last year. So
right now, 3, 4, are you the line next to?
So based on this conversation, I would align with Mr. Williams.
I would align with Ms. Patrick, just one, just in case. People are looking for positions and jobs, and it's a good paying job, hard work, but good paying.
Are we making notes, sir, please? Mr. Toro is aligning with Ms. Patrick. And myself, Porterfield, Ms. Farley, and Mr. Williams.
So that number will
Alright.
be what? Just tell me so I can fill that in.
521, 632.
Oh, 521, 632.
Negative 130, 408.
No.
No, well, it's the 521, 632. That's what I'm,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. That's good. I got it.
okay.
I'm just trying to keep, I mean, we're gonna see a new one later, but I'm
Well,
just taking my
we're
notes.
gonna see, but so make sure that the numbers, yeah.
Again, you can skip the next line. I was being the same as the mayoral budget there. The
Yeah,
500.
this one here, there were some notes about this.
But
This
it's
is the
only,
Department of Development.
mhm.
I am gonna be the first one to say that we should bring this to $1,000. I would support $1,000, $500 increase. And bring this to 1,000.
If they keep finding money, I'll go 5,000. So I can support that as well. I
Not
can
gonna
support that
happen.
as well. To the mayor's point, if we're is generating money.
Did you say that? Okay.
You're going to 1,000.
Yeah, sir.
Mr. Williams, did you say you want to speak them? Mr. Toro,
I'm fine with that.
500, okay. Ms. Patrick,
I'm just gonna stay with the 500. We're only talking $500 here, so it's not gonna make it one way or the other, so I'll just stay with the 500.
okay. All right,
And the only thing of it is, I'm not sure who she was paying with that.
Hmm.
If management employees that were getting that money, you have to go back and change the codes and the terms and conditions of employment. If they're CSEA employees that should have been taken care of anyhow, that money shouldn't do that. So if you open the door for management employees getting overtime, some compensation, or individuals in development, make sure you're ready to do it across the board.
So,
Actually,
I guess, my point there was that there's also stipends in other departments. And in development department in the proposed budget, there's no money for stipend in that department as well. So how it was explained to us was that, right now, they do a pretty good job of aligning their schedules a certain way, so when there is a need for them to be here, they can be here. And that's what I was saying, that for all departments should be doing. But we're getting ready to move on to a conversation where I think that that'll become a little more clear.
I would just say, I'm sorry.
hold on, Ms. Toro.
And I do recall Ms. Carver talking about per diem, a lot of her staff take per diem versus overtime, so.
Comp.
Comp
per diem.
not per-
No, that's okay, it's not.
Yes, comp.
Wanna get it right.
Comp time with, I don't know if other departments have that again. Resort to the mayor here. I mean, comp time, like she said, if they work until 6, the next day they'll come in at 10. Is that something that development just does, or does every department do that?
Things that are in compliance with the code.
Every department is unique.
Some departments don't quite do that.
Well, I know that there was someone in law that's not currently here but did it, so it's not an unusual occurrence.
But I thought she said they take it in place of the overtime, that's why maybe
Well,
to
the-
increase the overtime, I don't know.
If I may add, they attend meetings like zoning meetings, planning meetings, where they have to be here in the evenings. And they do comp time because of that.
Right.
They don't get overtime or to that. Go ahead, please.
So I think it's trying to find other incentives outside of compensation to credit work on all hours. Not a budget line, but it's a consideration. Some people like getting up later, some people like getting up early. I think it's being responsive to the request of the week. Appreciate the attempts when it can be made, as it does reduce the burden on the taxpayers.
So it's moving back to the overtime one, which means you would like, line up, this is something that's going to try that it's going to be requested some other places, and do we need to consider that?
Yeah, did you say that it's a management? Full-time?
I'm not sure.
We're not sure whether.
Paid for that, the way that line is.
No, nobody.
Receive overtime.
Yeah, so can we find out who exactly is getting this overtime?
I think the year fees are pretty low from previous years, for it, see exactly what position rather. Pay that line.
Well, this is not something new, it's part of having spending.
This line,
Yes.
I'm not aware when it's been implemented in previous budgets.
Uh-huh.
I believe it's been
Okay, so she didn't implement it, it's right.
Nothing has been spent, by the way,
Nothing
not
has
at that
been spent?
time. So, I mean,
there's the
I think we should
zero
move on. We're
year-to-date
spending a lot of time for
total
$500.
September of 2025.
It's the impact of the mayor's point if it goes into other departments.
Well, that's why I think we should leave it there. The budget has it. It would be more of a policy kind of thing later down the line to discuss at another point, but right now, nothing has been spent
Okay.
in that line.
So
And we're spending a lot of time on a $500 item here, is all I'm saying.
All right, so what can we, sorry, Can you find out for us what exactly that, who's been paid on that line?
I would look at previous years simply because as of the year data, so.
Well,
What I remember Ms. Carver saying is that her team does a really good job of trying to align their time to the needs of the city. That's not always a option for them. So that's why the line, why the money, she put the money there. I saw that and so kind of, I don't want to move us too far ahead, but I saw that as something that is closely aligned to a stipend in other departments that we're seeing, that she did not have a stipend in her department.
so then maybe we need to rename it then,
Really?
so that we don't get into, as the mayor mentioned, this, the union in terms of that.
Well, in 23, there's 126, and 24, there's 0%. Correct.
But we're
Go ahead,
trying to
please.
talk about renaming it stipend, remember, we had gave a definition of what is
Yeah,
eligible for stipend.
no, I'm just making a suggestion because we don't want, we want to make sure that as the mayor mentioned, we don't want to create an atmosphere where our department thinks that we're giving one, we're not giving the other. So now we do not want to do that
But it wouldn't
at no point in time.
Yeah, but it wouldn't meet the definition of a stipend.
That's pretty
But we removed every stipend except at this point one, because that person is on call 24 and we need the clarification on the next person.
Also, everyone did get a consensus of removing all stipends?
That's been a suggestion. That's
Okay, we didn't get a consensus.
So I think that what, that we're gonna, that's what
Yeah,
we're
that's what I'm
saying
saying.
now.
Right, that's right, that's probably makes sense,
But I
right?
think we did address it, if there, anyone who's on 24-hour call, we have to reverse those off. I think Ms. Porter touched on
I
those.
agree.
And we asked that all those, whatever recommendation we make to remove those, we need to reverse it back.
For those,
Okay, those are essential.
I agree. That's my recommendation.
Yes, yeah.
So what are we leaving this line at?
So I'm gonna ask that we leave the, for now, leave the overtime, adding $500 because we have 4 members. We're asking to increase it by 500 and 2 are asking to keep it at 500.
So it'll be 1,000.
Yes. The next line
It is
is,
$500 in the mayor's proposed
Yeah,
budget?
Yes.
it's 500 in the mayor's budget.
yes,
And nothing has been spent
Right,
in 2024.
okay.
And 100 and something was spent.
Yeah, then I'm okay with leaving it.
okay. The next one, overtime, but they're primarily driven because we're increasing the workload on the collection, the parking. So as we ask them to increase their workload, and this is primarily on overtime. So, based on the amount, the dollar amount they have provided to us, $219,000. It costs the department $24,000 in overtime. So it's fair that if we ask them to do more, we have to provide a compensation. And that's why I asked that we allocate $25,000 to this line to help offset that added revenue.
It's up for,
Right.
in the memo.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
in that, around that line, when they were giving the presentation and we were, trying to scale out, what the expected revenue can be based on formula, your numbers are right on point with that, and that's why I was,
Oh, yes.
I'm not supporting that, as a formula. But something, the issue that I raised during that conversation is that we have to balance the tensions of increasing the revenue and impact, to police community relations. And I think that that's based on what, that the, officer is saying, that the chief is saying, that he's, recommending that we don't increase that line.
Correct,
Is that correct?
that's correct. It is, and because of the impact that what he perceives as the negative impact on the community based on what he said.
However, he didn't say they're not. that
But
he can
if you
change.
look at, but then you have to back up here into the revenue, and I'm asking them to do extra work then how do we compensate them to do that work for us to generate more revenue?
So,
Yet it has those stuff that comes with it.
so I guess my point of clarity would be, the chief is saying that this is still a actionable thing for them to do.
Yes.
So if he's saying that's some action for them to do and they still plan on doing it, well then, is he suggesting that he has the capacity to do it without increasing that line? Is that what he's communicating?
Go ahead, please.
So I would agree with everything Mr. Williams, I would agree with everything Mr. Farley has just stated. However, I agree with making that adjustment to $25,000 at this present time. What I've been doing on items that we were just saying is highlighting. I would ask that this is a highlightable item that we return to once we conclude the rest of our conversations. I think there's one thing to have an expectation for overtime, specifically in police, to be identified as if we start making some intentional cuts. I think we've heard skepticism from that department, and I think if we identify any dollars, sincerely, if it is $1, I think that just improves their outcome. So as far as the point of balancing out community interests and also being firm and responding to compliance and fines throughout the city.
Yeah, but then go back there, in the initial budget, in the initial revenue, they are hoping to do, X amount of detail, $220,000. And that will cost them $24,000 over the time. So that's how I factor in. So if we're gonna add another 20,000, then, we can't just take it one way, it has to go both ways.
Well,
Yes.
no, well, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, based on.
Yeah, reasonable for us to say, go get some revenue for us, kind of help us with this outstanding violation.
Mhm.
But if we don't put incentive for them to do it, then how are they going to do it? And that's how I factor in.
I think your formula is correct. I think if the chief is, I'll definitely defer to him if he's moving the budget in the way that we want.
Yeah,
If he's saying that he
my
can.
numbers are only less than $1,000 off from them because I round up my number.
Sure. So I'm okay with leaving it there to Mr. Williams' point and then kind of revisiting it. If the police have the capacity to carry out the task without that, that's great. If they're saying that they don't need it, and if they're saying that they do, then I think it should be there.
So Ms. Will, I believe you're at zero for now.
But no, so I am in agreement with the $25,000.
Oh,
I'm saying if there's more, which conceivably we can identify more, that we add that to heighten focus in addition to revisiting contingency and also revisiting the actually not so just contingency. So I'd ask that we just revisit it.
okay, thank you.
Our discussions.
Thank you. Ms. Porterfield, what do you think about this?
I'm not going to do that because I'm really looking at what they said, the negative impact they thought it had on the community.
Okay.
I'm really taking that into consideration. So as we look at, it's not just, what we're doing here, but as we're on the street. And if they feel like it's going to increase people's health, people see them in a negative light, because our only increase is to do these kind of, get more calling these, et cetera. So they didn't think that was a good idea. I wouldn't want to put them in the position of being in that where they feel like it's just decreasing their relationship with the community.
Mr. Tor, what do you think about that?
Agree, Ms. Porterfield. I think I mentioned that.
Which
last
line are
time.
you guys on?
But then
So we are.
where you're going with it, is the extra.
The overtime?
Yeah, it's the
My whole thing was
overtime
something.
line, the last one.
For the
Oh,
police.
yeah.
Last one on the end.
I hear you, but again, the
We're
negative.
giving them more work.
Yeah.
We're not compensating them.
Right.
That's what I'm looking at. But I understand. But would you, if we were asked to revisit it, which we intend to do,
Mhm.
based on Mr. Williams' recommendation,
Mhm.
and to see if we can add more money to this line.
Mhm.
And maybe at that point in time, we can, expand our conversation around this line. Well, it's not like they will say, it's not only a negative impact, but also maybe add more money into positive impact.
Monetarily, yes, I'm talking about the social value. And we always talk about how, the police are seeing it in the community, et cetera, and how we need to increase, improve community relationships. So they're saying that they're going to detract from their relationship with the community. I think that's something we should take into consideration. So,
Ms. Patrick, what do you think of this one?
Well,
This is the line
I
that we
missed
asked.
it, I missed it, I'm sorry.
So we're asking them, to do additional work in terms of bringing some more revenue. And to offset, we discussed with them when they were there, up here, and then adjust this number to increase it, the overtime of $25,000 to offset with the additional work we're asking them to do.
So basically, you're all talking about raising the overtime for the police.
Yes,
What were you thinking of raising it to?
25,000 for now.
And everybody is agreeing on that around the
No,
board?
no, no, no. This is different. This has to do with the parking fine. But
Oh, I'm sorry, I
they're
thought you
doing
were
it-
still
they're
on
doing the
overtime.
detail, they're doing the detail in the night.
Mm-hmm.
Wanting some visits this year,
40,
they're looking at 47 next year.
47 next year, that's all. So they're hoping to double it next year. This year they did 220,000, next year they're hoping to do.
I'm happy to add $25,000 to the police overtime.
Yeah.
If I had my way, I'd add $1 million to the police overtime. So,
So
I'm
are
happy to
you
go
okay?
with the, so that would be 1117915.
No, oh, yes.
Are we on that line still?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
yes,
you.
yes. So you okay with 25K?
I am.
And I just want to, echo the sentiment is that we have not cut this line. This line was presented to us, at the mayor's proposed budget of $1,092,950. And I don't think none of us ever mentioned about cutting this.
Why are we mentioning it now?
No.
Why are you mentioning it?
I just want to make, because some people say that we're cutting down over time, but we're not. Whatever was presented to us, that's what we have there, and no one
Well,
on
now
the
we're
state
adding to
here
it, right?
have ever mentioned about cutting anything that was presented to us.
and for
We're looking to adding now,
for a
to this
specific
line.
reason.
Yes. And we'll revisit it based on,
Yeah,
Mr.
or
Mill's recommendation,
I think that's a larger
to see if we
conversation.
can add more on for that line.
That's not necessary.
Okay, let's start the page.
And now we're on staffing.
Staffing. So we talk about this generally across the board. I think everyone is in agreement or was in agreement with it. That put all new hires on hold.
Yep.
In alignment with the mayor.
Yep.
And allow the mayors for any essential hire. And as the mayor just mentioned, revenue generating position. So I only have myself and Patrick noted here.
I'm happy to go with the majority on that one. I was taking that out. Again, I was just trying to figure out a way to cut expenses, but obviously
No,
our
I-
department head is recommending having that position. But it sounds like my colleagues, it seems like it's just you and I in committee there.
So I think we're the only one put it on paper, where the others were, so like I would ask that we realign ourselves here in this one.
So everybody else just didn't get their recommendations in?
Yes. So I will start with Ms. Porterfield. What do you-
So if we're talking about the freeze, a higher than in this fall, I'm
sorry, could you just speak?
I'm saying that if the mayor's recommending a hiring freeze and this is a hire, then it falls, then no, I wouldn't go because there's a hiring freeze for every other position, except revenue generating.
Yes, I have to agree with the mayor on this position. If they're a revenue generating position and they can pay for themselves, then yes. If not, we just need to continue to hold and allow the revenue to build up back in the city. I agree.
That's what we've been saying.
So, Ms. Vittorio, you're good?
Yep.
Okay, So everyone is in alignment with this line. So for the whole here,
I think also, I just want to point out that I'm pretty sure we put a hold on it last year also. Let me just look
We
though.
took it
I
out.
do want to, I think
Yes.
we took it out of the budget last year, so unfortunately, I think they've had to get through without that position. The only thing, and I'm sticking with I'll stick with my taking it out if everybody agrees to that, but I do want to say, is this the position where, because we don't have this position, we're spending more money at an external garage? Or is that a different position?
No, this, because of
A
this.
different expense, I mean.
No, so remember there was a, where they wanted to have someone who was on like this third shift or this off shift, so they could work on, when they weren't on the road. We asked that we put that in what Mr. LaFawn said was that because that this position was vacant and they needed more, that particular position did not actually ever start. So that person's working during the day, and this off hours mechanic that we, whatever it was, is not able to do the job because they have a shortage.
the
Anyway,
next
you
line,
can, you can move on.
the next line is the same with, here. Mr. Williams, is this one, yeah, this is.
So I would see that as a conversion. If you want to group it as a new hire, I can contest, I mean, I can respect that, but I would say we're converting already in place salaries.
So what is your recommendation, Simon? To
Hold it.
hold it?
I mean, to hold it in place is doing. I'm not removing this. I don't consider these new hires in the understanding of the budget line has already been there in previous years. To realign its waste so that it's more identifiable as its usage in the city. My feedback is I would like to see support to hire wage generating positions to support quality of life for these individuals that have a very difficult work-life balance.
So understood because they were there.
Victoria, you had something similar to this here.
Well,
Yeah, I remember you
right,
talking about it.
so.
Two
Mr. Williams,
positions.
right, but that was, for the seasonal, that what we're like at $15. We thought they were at 17 plus 2, but now 15 plus 2 for the
15 plus
TT,
2.
and we're.
1550 plus, yeah, 1750.
I would agree with Mr. Williams on that.
To add a new person.
It's not adding.
I mean, adding, well, it's more than what the mayor is putting into his budget, is what I'm saying.
But you.
I hear what you're,
Okay,
I'm
we're on
just
the same
trying to
page.
be clear, but.
Yep.
Anyone else?
So you guys just canceled each other out anyway.
I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to compromise and realign myself in terms of the majority. So I'm gonna cancel mine out. Is everyone in favor with Mr. Williams, Mr. Tory, and Mr. You good? You good with this? Okay, because I know you had some notes way back about this thing. So Commissioner, please make note of this. So that will cost us an additional 87,000. Or is that moving money from one?
So we just canceled both, just
So
canceled.
it's not costing us anything, we're realigning it, okay,
Yes.
all right, yeah. So can you also make note of that this is a realignment? So it's not really an add?
I believe that's the line below that seasonal labor order. Those are seasonals that were reduced, I believe, by,
Oh, perfect, yes,
Mr. Williams.
yes. So this is a realignment, okay. And everyone is in favor of this?
So on this one, instead of putting in 214,396, we're only, Mr. Williams is suggesting just putting in 107,198. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
So it's slightly less, so I was assuming that it would be half of that would come from two positions, and if you're being really dimensional, you can return it back to the difference. But I think for all matter of fact, it's just having two positions and keeping some for the seasonal labor line was my intent.
Yeah, I allowed,
Oh.
with all respect, I allowed, Mr. Williams, as a total, because, you, both of you are brought it up, almost on the same level in terms of what you were thinking about. So I'll check, we'll listen to both of you, whatever y'all recommend on this here. I will follow you guys, both on this line here. The realign. And your point was valid on my side.
So we're going down on that one to 107,198, correct? Would be the total instead of 214,396. Is that correct?
Yes. So you could just move the numbers, yes.
I'm just,
To your,
I know we're gonna
to
get
your-
it.
to your
I know we're
comments.
gonna get it back from finance with the right numbers.
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah. Well, just make note for yourself in each column.
Yep, I'm all set. I don't know how many positions that is, though, but it's not a simple. But in terms of how many positions we're getting rid of.
You're not good,
Well, actually, they added, well, it's okay, because the bottom line, it's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Let me, just for clarification. You're not removing any position, you're just realigning here. Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the same level. I'm not, I'm saying that we're removing any position.
Well, I think that there are, it's just that it says various on our budget. We don't have a number of how many people, but it's okay because we actually added.
They're paid out.
Right, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Yeah, so everyone is in alignment with these changes. Okay, let's move into the next section, and that's a lot with the bulk section, and that has to do with management raise. And that is calling for a 3% across the board. Mr. Farley, I align with yours. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so, we got, the mayor's proposed budget, and as we started our council deliberations, the first, recommendation, was for maintain, the mayor's hiring freeze and to, not give any raises across the board. I responded to that email, saying that I thought that minimum, we need to be giving people the 3% raise across the board because that is my understanding, that's really just gonna keep up with inflation. And quite honestly, the inflation rates right now, we're not even gonna, that might not even keep up with inflation. So therefore, in order to not give a raise would actually be the same as giving a paid deduction. So that's where I started at. Minimum, we need to give people their quality of life, their inflation adjustment raise across the board. And that's where I was willing to start deliberations. The conversation then went from that into the inequities and the inconsistent manner in which raises are being calculated, and then went back to the work pay study that was supposed to have happened, that had not happened. So where we're at right now is I'm suggesting the minimally giving people that their 3% increase. That's what I was at, Mr. Chairman. Minimum as a point of starting point. In other words, I'm against not giving anyone.
For the same reason I realigned with yours.
Mhm.
There are some of them that we need to strike out here, the ones in positive numbers. Those were,
Are they still there?
the one in positive, is that correct, Commissioner? Those were not, a raise was not asked. for that position?
That is correct for
Okay.
one individual, one position there.
Can you,
The other ones, depending on, correct, there was no, raises in the proposed budget for some positions if they were vacant.
yes, so that's what I'm saying. So anyone that's in positive, I think we need to strike those out. They wanna, the mayor didn't ask for an increase for that. We can ask, we could please make note of that also, to remove that, on these columns.
It'd be good if they were on a spreadsheet at all.
That will reduce the numbers also. I think I did ask for that the last time we were here. So then that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 position that a raise was not asked from the proposed budget. Those that are in negative are the ones that we need to realign ourselves with.
Again, I think this would be an executive session discussion because just giving 3% across the board doesn't take into consideration why a department head or the mayor might be suggesting a higher raise for someone. And I don't know if just doing 3% is taking into consideration length of service or performance evaluations that may have occurred. So I almost feel like we need to go in. I'm sorry, what?
You might have used.
You might have to repeat yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now that's going to be hard. Isn't it? I won't be able to remember what I said.
I think
You said that we thought that we may have to do an executive session,
Yeah, because
so does it
Thank
not
you.
take into consideration what, their years of service and that kind of thing?
And or their, let's say it's, their supervisor might have recommended something that puts it out of the, across the board situation. But again, I think we'd have to do that. And I think that we would have
Yeah,
to talk about that in executive.
We're not, I don't see anybody getting promoted here, this is just pay raise.
Right.
Yeah, but then we might want to use name, individual name and things like that.
Or hear why a raise
Over
was.
my time here, I ask people not to mention name, just mention position. And be respectful of people's names that you call against each position. I don't have an issue that we want to go in executive session to kind
It's
of
up to everybody.
continue this. But I just wanted to know where other members stand in terms of where we are here right now.
So we're going to look at this, that we should look at this instead of this, right?
Okay, I'm just,
It's the same.
Oh, okay. It's just bigger.
Yes.
So we can read it more
Yeah.
easily.
Mr. Williams.
okay, so again, I think that just for context, because it's said that, you were talking about giving it 3% across the board, why you think that that might not be a good place to land. Again, the 3% across the board was in response to it being brought on the table that they were going to do no raises across the board. And my point was, we minimally have to do this unless we're giving people a pay reduction. So again, that's not someplace that I'm saying that we need to land. What I'm saying is that we need to at least be there. And I'm open to have a conversation around why other, what the extenuating circumstances are for certain positions. I will say that it have to be pretty extenuating circumstances to be some people at 3%, some people at 18 or 25, things like that. That is definitely something.
Well, I think that column was last year's budget.
Please.
Sorry.
Mr. Williams.
So based on premise, if I was starting off the conversation and being a minimum point of starting the discussion around staffing compensation, there was a lengthy conversation where I was proposing the use of the out-grade line. I understand and can count for conversations from department heads highlighting why individuals that are receiving plus or over 3%. We've received countless emails from staff, just I think providing more context, which is always appreciated. I appreciate information. However, the conversation without re-emphasizing everything I stated was, I think permanently increasing budget lines without having global overarching reassessment. So we're talking about compromise, I can compromise and move the portions that are in parentheses to out of grade. If we get these individuals to their recommendations from their department heads.
Yeah, you had mentioned that all math, or someone was mentioned, I'm not putting in the spot. That not all math management are out of grade, or they can get, they're not qualified to meet the audit. Something like that, sorry if I'm not using the right term.
There are times when people are signing stuff out of grade, but they don't get overtime, don't get some of the benefits that are afforded by other employees within the department.
So would these management positions fall under out of grade? Or can we realign them for out of grade compensation?
What is being proposed are pay raises that reflect the work that they're doing and expect to do in the future. Out of grade tends to be a temporary assignment. So if you're adding it for temporary, it makes it more, it's a more convoluted thought process in terms of managing it with theory behind.
This will just follow.
Yeah,
And then I
that's
go to
something
this tutorial.
And some of the comments we've heard, Mr. Mayor, they were in response to temporary hires, as conditions that they were working in, and that is part of the reason why I'm proposing that. I would say that if this is in response to just job evolution over the years, I would say that that would also be reason why we want to have the job analysis to understand how have these roles expanded over the years, and do they currently fall in line to your point earlier of how market trends are potentially putting the city within that competition against each other. But also just how the roles evolve over the years and does the right work align with the right person.
Mr. Toro,
Thank you. Mr. Farley, you mentioned 2 times that it was suggested that no increases were given. No raises were given.
initially when we were discussing the budget, I had made a proposal.
Oh, okay, I'm
Initially.
sorry, I thought you was. it was
Because
put
we're
out
looking
there.
at the budget and
Okay.
my thing is
Mhm.
it's a recommendation. I mean, I have.
Absolutely.
And so we're looking at how we can reduce the budget overall. Is it the best uptake to give raises at this point in time?
Mhm.
But then we have to look at also inflation. And then look at if we don't give an increase, it's a pay cut.
Mhm.
So how do we balance it across the board? And those were the big ticket items that we wanted to consolidate into the discussion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Please call me out.
So,
I'm just focusing all over.
okay, we had this discussion, and in terms of that discussion, I know at least 2, we heard from 2. Well, one person saying that their job, that they do, what the additional duties are not temporary. This is a part of their job. These are expanded duties. So I think we definitely need to be taking a look at that. And additionally, one of the reasons that we're talking about is because the person who was what they supervised was within $100. So I think we should definitely take a look at, I don't know how I'm calling extenuating with circumstances, but reasons behind the recommended raises. And for all of those over like 3% is, I guess, the number that's being proposed. We could take a look at them individually, and we don't have to say people's names, we could just say who the physician is. But again, some people we've already had explanations for a couple of them, and if we need explanations for all of them, then we can certainly ask for that.
I mean, we all have the emails or correspondence from with regards to.
Some of them, there's no
What?
correspondence.
And some they're not. So for the ones that we have emails, we can discuss those. But let's stay with the positions and not the name. Supervisor of receipt, I think that we did receive an email with a clear clarification on that. So we can start with that one.
I'm okay going with the proposed budget of 98,850.
Yeah, based on the email that we received, I am okay to align this position with the proposed, budget. With what, sorry, supervisor of receipt,
You did skip one, but do you want to go back to that one?
which one we skipped?
Accounting supervisor?
Do we have an email?
It's on this sheet that we just got handed.
No, we're talking about emails or any correspondence that we received to explain as to why it's going beyond.
Okay, so we're not going to look at,
I can recall that we received an email.
oh yeah, no,
for
I
this
know,
position.
I think, yeah.
So if we have
So we're only
emails on any other position, let's talk about it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I can say that I think our last discussion around this, we did reach out to a couple of department heads seated around the table and
Yes.
gave us explanations about that. And I would have to respect the recommendation from department heads
Yeah.
at this point. At the rate, with the raises they request, and trust their judgment and move the lines as is.
So that's what we would be doing, we'd just be doing it on the sheet. Right?
That's what I'm.
Okay,
proposing,
that's,
but
I'm
that
fine
doesn't
with
mean-
that.
Right. I mean, I can't say one department head has a better explanation than another department head, so I'm gonna trust their recommendations.
I'm okay with that. And that is what is in this column, 2026 proposed budget.
Yes.
On the sheet that we just got today.
Mhm.
I'm okay with going with that column.
Okay.
Some people are 0% raise.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
no,
They're
for
not
example, but
zero.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? They're
They're
not,
not
their
zero.
salary's not going
They
up.
are 3%.
We're vacant
Anything-
positions that are zero.
Anything that is over 3% is highlighted in those columns.
Okay, I was just looking, for
Anything that is
example, at the
aligned,
third line
yes.
down. There's a 0% change in that.
And the numbers that I asked you to strike out, the positive numbers is the one that the proposed budget did not ask for an increase. So we're only dealing with the negative numbers. And I think we are in agreement to,
Which, oh, you guys are looking at, I was looking at the sheet we got today. You guys are
It's the-
looking at
It's the
this.
same sheet. though.
Okay,
It's just-
okay,
yeah, this is very clear because it gives us the percent change.
go ahead, Ms. Williams.
I am in agreement with supporting the recommended figures for those lines. What I'm not in agreement with is how it's structured. Until we have an internal job evaluation, I can get to where you are, I can take a step towards you by putting the difference about the 3% in the out of grade, in out of grade category. I would hope that if you are confident seeking this, to ensure these individuals get that compensation, that you would at minimum take a step towards me, and there's neither of us saying no. It is saying we need to continue to consider all of the positions. Otherwise, we could be just continuing to chase inflated salary amounts, which is not even a point of debate, it's a fact. So I'm weary why we would continue down this path knowing it's a faulty path. And there's nothing wrong with saying we need to be more efficient with how we operate as a city. There is something wrong with our continued disregard and just continuing on historically. I refuse to do that.
I would support in the future having a salary evaluation. I know that we did talk about that last year and it doesn't seem to have happened, but I'm good with this sheet as presented tonight.
So you said support in the future. We all support a resolution that we all voted unanimously.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying
So
is, all
the
I'm saying is,
resolution- the
we can't
resolution
really
still
do it
stands.
tonight in order to pass a budget,
The-
so we might as well put
the-
it on hold until after we have a
The-
budget.
The resolution still stands. The council unanimously passed a resolution asking for a wage, study. And
So
have
we
not
do need to
received
do
it.
that. I think you and I are saying the same thing.
Yes.
And so is
But
Mr.
you can't
Williams.
say support something in the future. We already have it. We already support it.
I'm just
it's on
saying,
the
we're not
table.
gonna do it tonight. or by the time November 1st comes and we need to have a budget. So I think we're on the same page here that we need to do that evaluation. I just don't think that we're going to be doing a salary evaluation tonight. So I'm supporting, I don't know which sheet this is, but I'm just saying, you're saying it's the same as what's in the budget. I'm good with that. It looks like everybody is good with that, and we're just also talking about, what's not going to happen tonight.
I don't think everybody's good.
No, no,
Oh.
not everybody's gonna be, we're not.
You don't want to give these
No, no,
raises?
no. Let's speak for ourselves.
Okay,
Please, with all
okay, then
respect.
I'll back off and say that
Let's
I
speak for
support the
ourselves.
raises that are
I'm
here.
trying to make it very clear. This council passed a resolution unanimously
Right.
asking for a
Mr. Woodbury, you don't have to say
study.
the same thing to me
No, I'm
6
gonna say
times.
it, but we can't say that down the road we're gonna support something. We already supported. It should have happened. It didn't happen.
It didn't.
Here we are discussing how
Well,
do we move
Mr.
forward.
Chairman, let me,
Yeah.
the comparison that was done a year ago with the debate was referencing pay rates in other municipalities. The council requested a study that put together annually what I believe is a comprehensive study by the New York Conference of Mayors comparing rates for other municipalities.
Hmm.
The internal, I think Mr. Williams thinks we're chasing inflated salary levels here. You have to point out which employee is getting overpaid. The reality is the pay scale in the city of Schenectady is drifting toward the lower end of the marketplace. Our benefit package is clearly at the higher end of the benefit package.
Mhm.
And so when you're hiring younger workers coming in, they would like to be paid more money and aren't quite as concerned about retirement, healthcare, and the other issues. And it's harder to get younger employees. Older employees are much more appreciative of the, again, retirement benefits, the healthcare, other packages they get. That is a much more complicated fact pattern than a simple resolution and some quick study that is out there. So, some of the pay raises, again, were done where employees have made pitches directly to the council to bypass the management staff. They only give you one side of the argument. They're not looking at other factors that I may have considered when they make the budget. Council has bypassed that, discounted it, and moved forward. I've chosen not to make that an issue or embarrass employees or make big stink out of it. But I've made recommendations on these employees this year, on those components of management that have to the council go forward and support that. And if we look together, how do you address some of those inequities that are in the system, depending on whether you're a new employee coming in, you consider it the inequity, but you're not getting paid quite as much. But when you're an older employee, you're getting a benefit package that really is not offered anywhere else in the marketplace.
And I think, like to Ms. Williams, on my position is that's what we're looking for. Because we need to really address that and move on behind us in terms of the, if there's any adjustment up or down that needs to happen.
So you're in agreement with what the mayor just said? Right? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, I'm not here debating or agreeing with anybody. I'm here making a statement. That's what we need. That's what we're asking for.
What he said?
And I hope that we can get that, because we need to move on. If we have that study, we can move on. Right now, we don't have the study, so we're just looking at numbers here.
Okay. So, because tonight we don't have the study, so.
Well, I've given the study that's done by the New York Conference of Mayors. It's been forwarded to Mr. Moodbury.
Yeah, you did not forward it to me, please.
Oh,
I got that from
Can we
Christine
just-
Fabiano,
Here.
and I forwarded it to the entire council a week ago.
So
You asked me to reach out to, it's available on NICOM.
I sent it to you
No, you
a
didn't.
year ago.
No, you didn't.
okay,
what
can we
about-
just, I think that's a little
Yeah,
point, I'm
that's
sorry. How
Go ahead.
we
So, again, I think what we want to do now is, deal with the facts as they, or more and more I go through this, I feel facts adjacent information that we had. The reality is, we're talking about information that was sent out to us. However, the justifications that we heard at this table from department heads did not align with that. They aligned with other reasons that were being brought to the table. So again, that's why this study is important, because we can't keep moving the goalposts every time we want to have a conversation. So we're saying, I sent you a study came from Nikon, but then the raises that we're seeing here represent another position in another department. So if we need to be using the same ruler here if we're going to have that conversation. So that's why last year when we got into this conversation, we knew that the goalpost was really moving the same way it's moving now. So to Mr. Williams' point, what still stands is that whatever was sent to us, it's not based on. And the department heads said to us multiple times that that this position is not filled. So this person has to now take on the work of this other person. And that's the justification for the raise. Mr. Williams' point, which I agree with, is that if that is based on a circumstantial situation right now, then for us to commit and lock into these pay rates is going to come back and be a problem for us moving forward. That's why we're in the problem that we have now. So let's just not act like we're using the same ruler, because we're not. Not one raise that we asked did anyone align it tonight to the report from Nikon. Hasn't happened one time. And that's a fact.
I'm sorry, how do you know that? You read the Nikon report?
No, because I asked the department heads directly how they based the raise, and the reasons that I heard, they did not reference Nikon. The reasons that I heard is that they were taking on more responsibility due to lack of positions, that there was other positions within the city that they felt that might have been comparable to them, and they were way below that, as well as we also heard that there were positions where the supervisor was making less than the person that they were going to be employed by based on the contractual agreement, which management is not a part of.
So you're okay with not doing 3% across the board?
So what I'm saying is, so what you're doing right now is
Because I don't.
yes, so what I'm saying is exactly what I'm saying, Ms. Patrick, and I think that in the spirit of just, I think I've been pretty clear. If you have a direct question based on what I'm saying, please ask it and I will clarify it for you, but I cannot understand it for anyone. I'm just saying that this is, what I'm saying is that the way that raises were justified is what I'm basing the conversation on and how we get to a solution. It's very simple. I'm not looking for a gotcha moment. I'm not trying to point anybody out. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that let's not act like there's a fact pattern that doesn't exist here, and not that we're making our decisions based on that, because that's disingenuous. That's all I'm saying.
Any comments regarding this?
So since we keep referencing the NICOM report, I think we should look at it. And perhaps the raises that the mayor recommended are in line. I don't know the answer to that, but we certainly haven't even looked at it. In terms of this. You have with you?
Mr. Williams and then Ms. Patrick.
So I'd say with respect to time, I definitely think that's something that we need to do. To Ms. Patrick's point, how we be responsive to the numbers that were sent to us. In my compromising, which I originally was at the line for the 3% across the board, I can compromise and say the additional recommended revenue for these positions has all been submitted with good reason. I contend to that. I would say that difference needs to be put in a separate category that can be evaluated once this assessment has been done. And the premise behind that is it will be done this year. We'll have a different conversation this next coming budget. My reservation is to continue with the same thought process we did last year, expecting a different outcome. I think that's inconsiderate to the tax base.
Agree.
Well,
So
so you're,
Please, if you don't mind.
Oh, no,
No, that's okay. I
Okay,
defer.
okay.
So, Mr. Williams, you're recommending that we put it in unpaid pay for those who come with an explanation?
I would say for, if I could just respond, I'd say for all of them, because we didn't make the explanation a requirement, so I think it's offered an advantage to some individuals who felt comfortable reaching out to the council, which we know is not the easiest of things to do. But I think just being responsive to the numbers that were submitted. Or if we would like to move that way, putting that recommendation out to those individuals and allowing time for them to respond to the ones that did not. Which I do not, I'm not agree with.
Well,
I,
go ahead.
I, like the mayor, one of them is recommendation by the mayor in the good one. One of them, we got an email from, another one we got, like it was here, it's in her department. So, as I can see it, we're talking about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions, so. And one, like 2, we already had an explanation for, 3rd, the mayor's here, the next one. And so again, I think we should be looking and perhaps by, however, I don't know how, I'm hoping that people looked at that report when they did this. We should take a look and see if they do coincide, even with the additional information that people have provided us. And if it doesn't coincide, and if hourly pay is, if the explanation that we receive is because people are doing things outside of their normal job duty, then I will concur that's when it's stipend. So I don't think it's a one size fits all in this particular situation.
Ms. Patrick.
No, okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wanna, I'm just gonna stick to, I'm okay with this chart here.
Okay.
For the purposes of trying to have a 2026 budget by November 1st.
Just a quick note, if we're looking to do an imagine study,
Girls.
I would recommend the council allocate some funding towards that. I believe in 22, imagine study, and they paid 125,000. So if we're looking at doing some of that, I would recommend putting some money
That's
in the
good.
resources department to pay. And I'm assuming it's gonna be more than that since it's a few years ago.
But I think the recommendation was to do an internal study. I mean, we have an HR department that can do that study.
We don't have enough staffing to do that study.
Go ahead, please.
My concern again is if we can't get in a place where we can get the information to make the decision, is what I'm hearing. We don't have staffing to do that. We put money aside. Last year that we said we were gonna do it, didn't happen. So it's like, how do we justify what we're doing without doing the due diligence and getting the information that we requested? And I think that what ends up happening is that we find ourselves here, and then there's a growing and mounting pressure, and then we're playing the not it game, and I'm not the one that's holding it up, and I don't want to hold it up based on this. And if we're having the conversations from a genuine place, we need to recognize that there's some missing information. There's people who have submitted things to us. There's other people who haven't. There's people who have said that, that this has happened in previous years as well. And the council has made adjustments based on the information that we get. But again, if being equitable in our practices is something we value, at least minimum, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that our practice thus far has been not equitable at all. It just haven't. And I would give anyone any opportunity to challenge that. I think that we just need to, part of fixing what's going wrong is admitting that something is wrong here. And that doesn't mean anyone's doing a really bad job. That means that some of our practices are just outdated, and we need to just work on them. So I'm just saying this is not an equitable practice, but to the point that we might not be able to come up with an equitable practice in the point, at this point, you know, I find myself aligned with what Mr. Williams suggesting the recommendations are. But we need to call a spade a spade.
So are we asking to have a folder report from NICOM to look at these? Is that what I was doing just now? Or I'm missing something?
I think Mr. Williams had a pretty solid idea as to how to approach it. And if that's something that's feasible, I can align myself with that because that's where we're making progress towards the proposed budget. However, we're keeping in mind that there's been some inequitable practices that have gone on that we're working to rectify. So that's why I said I would align with what Mr. Williams thought was on.
Any other suggestion? Regards to this?
I mean, I don't need to restate my position, but again, for, based on what's being proposed, if someone has increased responsibilities that remain permanent, I don't see us using the stipend method. For those that are only temporarily taking on things because other positions are basis, then I agree with that. But we would be able to differentiate what those are.
Go ahead, please.
I'm just going to also reiterate my position that we respect the department head's recommendations about the people that they supervise. So I'm okay with, I'm just saying, I'm okay with what's on this sheet. And I don't want to prolong our ability to be able to pass a budget by having to look at a report now or within the next couple of days on the salary survey. So I'm comfortable with this chart. And I think that the other discussion is one that we can have after we pass the budget.
Now, let me just address that. We all be prolonging this budget, including myself. So we should have got this done since last week. All of us keep putting it out. All of us keep saying, I'm coming with a recommendation tomorrow. I'm gonna submit my recommendation tomorrow, so I want to address that. We're pushing it down to the end of the day, end of October. So I want to make it clear, we're coming out here, and we all want a budget to happen right now. But we should have think about that since last week. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I did. I sent my recommendations in. And the time you requested, I sent my recommendations in. The only recommendation that.
I copied every single member
So
of my
let's
recommendation. I
do that. So again, not it. We're gonna start that. But can I, so I guess the point I would like to make is that to Ms. Patrick, point around trusting what the department heads are saying. The reality is we need to be clear that what's proposed to city council is not necessarily what department heads recommended.
I will agree with you on that. I guess I will come back to what I mean is that department heads had to meet with their supervisor and negotiate the same way that any of us, I don't know what other people's life experiences have been. And I think I said this last week as well, but basically whenever I have to present a budget in my work life to a supervisor, then you negotiate, you try to come together. Like I might have put out, here's what I want. And my supervisor would have said, okay, not sure we're going to be able to do that. Let's talk about it. I'm confident that those discussions did happen within City Hall. I'm also going to base on my work experience, my own life experience, that again, I come from a nonprofit, background for the most part in the private sector. You don't always get what you want, first of all, and you also have to negotiate these things moving forward. So I am just saying that I'm going to say that I'm confident that the discussions that might have happened with department heads and their staff, and then department heads and the mayor have come up with these salary recommendations, and for our purposes, I'm confident moving forward with these salary recommendations based on those discussions. And I did lose a point. I lost my train of thought for a moment there, so I'll have to come back to that.
I'm ready to listen.
Have you had it?
No, we have to make a decision.
That's, I agree.
You have a recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, just, you know, I see that, a logic, I'm just throwing this out, that we get a request for information from the department heads regarding those salaries, and then you couple that with the report. And then you review it between now and Thursday. And if you're not satisfactory, this way you have something in writing, RFI, why did you, for this particular line item, why is this person, or that line item getting it? And then if you have the other study, does that marry up with the studies from NICOM? And
We're gonna have to.
you have, and it's a short suspense, and it may not satisfy everybody, but at least you've got something additional.
And we based it on something.
And I would just say that, the following line items, we need justifications, requests for information from them, why is this going up? And then you have something.
Are there particular?
Just throwing that.
Mr. Williams, probably answer.
Oh, you okay?
I go Mr. Williams and then I come back to you.
But I'd say we compromise the integrity of getting more information based on how this conversation has been conducted. I would highly have to say, I imagine seeing all staff are listening right now. I would take notes. So
Yeah,
I don't want
I
to. I don't want to. I probably take various on, and adjust my logic. And you'd be remiss if they didn't. So I think based on that logic, we have to kind of eliminate that. If the inclination is to reference the NICOM study, I can accept that. I would say that it's going to further prolong this, and I had every intention of passing them over in 2 nights.
Me too.
I do too.
Hence, moving these funds above 3% to the out of grade category to get to where my peers are in some respects, while still leaving a possibility to have this study or not reference this information in the following year without punitively holding hostage these compensation salaries for individuals. That is a win-win for everyone.
I agree. I'd like to do this tonight. My only question is, and maybe the Commissioner of Finance can tell us what is meant by out of grade when it comes to management staff. Again, because it's not something that I've encountered in my own work life. So I just need an explanation of that. But it sounds like we're in alignment
I think the best
in terms
person
of trying to determine this tonight.
I think the best person to give you that answer would be Mayor.
The simple scenario would be the deputy commissioner of finance is filling in for the finance commissioner. So it's a bump in pay.
Gotcha. That's out of grade. Okay. Okay.
I'm not giving him either of them.
I'm willing to compromise with this thing, because we're echoing saying, we need to get a budget, because we only have hours left. So,
Anybody else?
Ms. Porterfield, I'm willing to compromise with, because I compromised with Mr. Farley to remove where I was, to move towards, because both of us align now. And Mr. Williams is saying, let's move all the, so you're saying anything, all of the 3% move into is it out of grade? Right. Bucket. And then drawing from that to pay the individual positions until we realign with a study, and then we can able to do a budget reappropriation and increase those positions accordingly.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Now I think I'm getting it. Are you saying that if we move that into an out of grade line,
It's still
then not
profitable.
necessarily will these people actually get these increases?
That is correct.
Oh, yeah, I don't support that then. I want these, I think these increases, which are based on probably based on performance evaluation and discussions that department heads have had, both with their staff and then with the mayor, are what I would support. So I hear what you're saying. So what you're saying is, if it goes into out of grade, then it even take it another step down the line to next year, it could be that now we have to renegotiate these. What if it's the same person, right, that's in that position? Now they may not get the salary increase next year. Am I understanding that correctly? Is that what we're?
No,
I get the idea.
you jump.
It does
I was
seem
trying
like,
to explain my company, you jump right into it, so I was trying to realign what Mr. Williams was saying, and I was gonna say, sometimes we jump into each other conversation and allow.
no, I'm just trying to understand it.
No, so, Mr. Williams, did I capture what you're trying to suggest?
I don't know what I was saying is lost in translation, and I think Mr. Farley eloquently identified it. The manner in which we've been providing compensation to the city is out of date. There's nothing wrong with that. We need a source material to reference and apply whenever we are considering compensation adjustments, or just an entire collective reassessment of who we are as a city. Mayor's point previously, to my comment of inflated salary lines, I accept that in comparison to industry standards within the city of Schenectady, because I do not hold that having a comparative analysis of us to Newburgh or Rochester has any relevancy for the city of Schenectady whatsoever. I think it's, how does this align with comparable positions in the job market? And if that is different than where we are now, we're required to do a review for all the roles, not just the ones that were approved for this budget proposed discussion right now. So it's that until we had that discussion, because the intent was last budget year to have that discussion this year, didn't happen.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. For whatever reason, didn't happen. I'm not going to continue with the same logic of hoping that it's going to happen. How I can protect the interest that I have from my seat at the table is that we make these temporary until we have a permanent solution moving forward.
And based on this conversation, and based on what we had asked for, I'm gonna align myself with Mr. Williams' recommendation.
Mr. Chair, if you will, the issue here, or one of the issues that I think that needs to be flagged, is that, you know, we can look at the impact of what we're having, the conversation we're having at the table right now, and assign a number to it that might seem not as significant in regards to the overall budget. The issue with what we're facing is that these have compounding effects. Okay, so this year, what we do this year as far as a raise impacts what happens next year, and then as well as the next hire. So it's like when we think of how we're getting the formula that we're using, it doesn't necessarily always need to be apples to apples, but it can't be apples to pigs. It can't be so far off that we're not even having the same conversation. And I don't accept or receive the notion of like, okay, we have to pass a budget, so we have to do it. I think that, of course, we all know that we have to pass a budget, but what's the purpose of passing a budget that we don't believe in just for the sake of doing it? I think that we all have a relative amount of compromise that we have to give, and I've done it in good faith, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there's some glaring practices that have compounding results that we really need to factor in, or we'll be in here, same position next year, because guess what? We was in that same position last year, and guess what? The year before that. So I think at some point, we might have to stay later to have that conversation.
Are you saying that we're staying till 2:00 tomorrow morning?
Man, I'm saying that.
Just.
I'm saying what I'm saying. It's clear, man.
I'm trying to have some giggles in this.
No, I'm with you.
We're serious business, but.
Yeah. Let's take
Sorry,
I won't take a 5-minute break.
So,
Yeah.
may I ask you, are you aligning with,
Oh yeah, very clear. Mr. Williams said, my concern is what is how practical is it based on how these lines are being identified. That would be my only concern about it. But I think that absolutely makes sense, and it shows, it demonstrates that we're being responsive to what we've learned over the couple of years.
This is really important what is proposed. Okay.
Yes, absolutely,
I
thank
just,
you.
I just want to
I'm
make
sorry.
sure that.
What did, I didn't hear the question or answer.
Are you firm on what was proposed, the mayor's proposed budget in terms of the?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Are you, okay?
Oh, yes,
You are?
I'm sticking with this, with this
Okay.
sheet. I really feel that
Miss-
our human resources are probably one of our most valuable things that we have. And at this point, I want to respect what, is being presented to us. And I do remember what I was trying to say from my own life and job experience, which is that, again, I was in private nonprofit, but rule of thumb and all the training, all the education I had over 4 decades of that is, you know, you want to make sure that you're also understanding roles and responsibilities as well. And I don't want to cross into necessarily going against what the expertise of our staff, our department heads, and the people that are here on a day-to-day basis. So I'm sticking with the sheet. With the idea that down the line, if we want to do some sort of an evaluative study, whether it's in-house or whether we put, I don't know, $125,000, $200,000 back into this budget to do that study, you know, I'd be open to talking about that at a later date after we have a budget in place for 2026.
Ms. Patrick, with all respect, it was a reason why last year we passed that, that
I hear what you're
resolution
saying.
to ask for a study, because we felt at that time that management is not fully compensated across the board, and we wanted that study to see where there's any shortfall, and we could have addressed that and pick up,
I
you
hear
know,
what
fill
you're
that
saying.
gap.
I hear what you're
So
saying.
without that study, we don't know where we are right now. It could be, yes, these are correct, but how do we know that these are correct? Maybe there could be shortfalls in this right now here that we should have been addressed, and that's what we're asking for the study. So
But are
we
you
are
asking for
all
the study
concerned.
within the next week?
we're all concerned about the study didn't happen, it should happen. How do we know that everybody's being compensated accordingly? And, you know, it's hopefully that we can get it, you know, next budget. It should happen, but it didn't happen, but what are we gonna do? Move forward.
And I just want to say, I believe our last HR department head, as we sat around this table talking about it, was under the same impression that, you know, looking into and doing an in-house. That I remember her
No, I
saying.
don't think we talked about that.
You mean last year?
Yeah, last year.
I
And
don't-
when we asked last year for it, then yes, it was supposed to be done in-house.
In-house.
So there were no recommendations for outside consultant at that point in time. It was more of driven in-house study.
I'm fine with that.
Yes.
I'm fine with having an in-house
Yeah.
study for
There's no
next
one
year.
to give this gap.
Ms. Porterfield, what is your position on this here?
I'll restate it. My position is for those who, the explanation was given to us, that they are working outside of their regular job duties, then to move that to the segment. For those who gave us clear explanation that their job duties have expanded, then I am fine with the raise that's in there. But that explanation came from their supervisor or whoever it was. So I'm not, again, that's not gonna be, for me, it's not a cookie cutter approach. I think I'm looking at each of these individually, or similar, if there's a couple over the same situation. But I'm not going to say that every single person, we move all of the extra into out of rate pay, because it doesn't qualify as out of rate pay, because it's the regular duties that they do on a regular basis. And I know it's not ideal, and I know we should have a study, and let's please not revisit that, but this is where we are today.
So can you identify the position that should be, please, so I can make
Well,
notes?
we all got the email like you said.
Yes, so I one I have there in terms of the supervisor receipt.
That's correct, and that individual also gave their explanation, who gave down supervisor. Ms. Mike, who gave you.
Wait.
Yep.
So let's start with-
Executive secretary.
Can I just clarify, so you're okay with, I think I'm hearing you say that you're okay with these recommended salary increases tonight?
Well, not 100%, maybe 50, but I'm saying is, if those
negative to
recommendations were because they were doing duties outside of their normal duties and not because their duties had expanded. You're
I
hearing
do,
so
but
far?
what about, if their performance was, excellent or not excellent? What about if they were here for a long time or not here for a long time? I mean, I think the raises also I think that the raises, and I'm not, same as you, I'm not saying we don't need a study.
Mhm.
Good idea. But in terms of 2026 and what we're trying to do, I think there is going to be variation in the salary increases. I think we're saying that, you and I are saying the same thing. Okay.
So, the executive secretary, we received explanation.
Well, that would be the mayor.
Accounting supervisor, supervisor received.
I see what you're, so you're looking at the,
Deputy registrar,
And then the, purchasing supervisor,
oh, you did do that, right, okay.
the other one was the payroll manager.
Oh,
deputy rep,
Payroll manager.
okay,
payroll manager. Down to supervisor of buildings, right?
we didn't receive an explanation, yes.
Chief technology officer. Commissioner of public safety. Is that what we're doing, guys? We're looking at the,
Commissioner of Public Safety that's a typo.
Oh.
If you look at it, they get 0.5, their other line, which is in fire. I can be done, so that's gonna be fixed. Typo.
oh, okay.
When the commissioner and deputy commissioner went to yes, and we're realigning those with their pay from.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Okay.
So
Bummer.
we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That we receive, explanation.
So the ones that we need to talk about are executive secretary.
No, we
If
did
you,
already done it. We already received explanation.
you tell me then.
Do you need it again?
I was highlighting any that were above 3%.
So, did you
Okay.
need explanation like from the mayor, from the executive secretary, did you need that again?
I don't, no.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were all looking for that, but tonight, but I'm okay with these.
Okay.
But I don't think everybody is. right?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Can we have a break?
Oh, yeah.
Like, just like. So that's everyone. Yeah, I meant everybody.
All right. Okay,
So these are the ones.
okay, that's fine. I'll take a 5-10 minutes break and then reconvene. Yeah. Commissioner
This Porterfield needs a raise too. I just got to that.
Okay, we'll reconvene a finance committee
3,000.
and,
That's council president, 14, 100, what do you mean?
so we have before us, the ICOM, study.
Hold on, but I thought this one we're gonna use.
I heard more.
Yeah, there was a conversation
there's a-
about a newer one, so I don't know if that's the one we want to use.
I think we should. Yep. They're gonna be updated numbers there. So I think we should, this one here, I would say. This.
Yeah, so
Comparable
Five,
city
six.
to us would be what here?
1, 2, 3.
Not even therapies, I don't.
But this looks like it's based on. I don't know different things. Because they're even putting in years of term of office and service, so is this,
So I think this is really interesting.
Yeah.
Down, the population, so look at some of the similar populations in the city of Schenectady. You have terms of office, you have part-time, but you don't know what each individual position has compared to the city.
Yeah.
So it's how you can't really compare it.
well, this to me looks like it's done exactly on. At least,
You're right.
I'm looking at the council president, it gives what the salary is, the term of office. And when this was done, it gives exactly what, how many years I've been on the council, so this is like me. Not like somebody else. I don't know about the accuracy of that.
So, but where we at, Commissioner, is it based on this one that's in front of us, right? It hasn't.
This is from 23, I believe there's one 25.
Yeah, but our salaries aren't corresponding with this, right?
You're at
They should, HR, admin, administrator, a survey was sent to her. She uploaded all the salary associated with these columns.
Excuse me.
I'm saying, maybe that's the wrong question. I'm not talking about council members. I'm saying that the proposed budget, salary lines for the proposed budget that was presented to us is not based on this information, correct?
It's not easy, like,
Yeah,
apples to apples.
right.
Not even fair. I think that's why all the city involvement group imagine.
No,
Now that there is an outside firm to do that, which was quite popular.
I'm sorry, can I make sure to split it to 2025 budget? Yeah.
Sure. So, we disregarding this sheet no further because we're going on. Is it being printed for us?
I believe you, you can send an email, so you can be able to, print it in this format.
Would you mind texting on call you asking the printer? Will you be able to print a copy for us?
That's,
Go ahead.
This is simply a survey And it is exactly an amount. And look, if you look at the mayor's salary, when he was in office that number of years, it's exactly within our budget. This is a survey of what's being paid. It's not an analysis.
Yeah, that's it. Then I looked at it for that, and say it's more taken from the city,
It is.
and just upload it into like, show across the board what the city is paying, these positions.
So
Is that,
Compared to other communities, yeah, but I don't know if we can go by Saratoga because of the difference in population and all of that.
that's why we wanted to go a certain direction that didn't happen. And that's understandable.
So compared to the I mean, we have to know like how close to the population, we're at 67, and Saratoga is at 28, and it's the closest to us. Westchester County. In terms of population.
It's beautiful Syracuse, but again,
I don't mean in terms of miles, I mean in terms of
no, not
population.
miles, right, I just mean city size.
Similar to-
Or Utica, Rome,
I don't think.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Are you
Our
gonna-
other competitors, schools tends to pay more than the city does.
Mhm.
All right, so, I think
yes,
we need to talk about, where we can, and again, I mean, I'm not on the committee, get it, so it's only on the board. Can agree and vote it out if we can get there tonight, so, can we continue on the salary stuff?
yes, we can. Not because it was a finance committee, but I wanted to hear recommendation, I wanted to hear where we stand individually. Because if, we don't want to say, we want to eliminate from the finance committee and exclude everybody. We want to fair hearing, and then we come up with a compromise, and if we can't, we just look at the finance committee for the last resort to move forward.
I think we're.
And that's why I wanted to, those steps. Yeah. So, yes, we can continue with the discussion, and then we'll move our way down. So I'm not sure if that sheet was any help.
No.
Yeah. So Ms. Porterfield, you had some, you were more that was split in terms of your support what was explained to us. And the ones that wasn't explained to us, we are in favor of moving that into a bucket. Am I quoting you correctly? Can you correct me, please? Is that?
What I'm saying is, we don't have all of the information, is that if a person has expanded duties, I am recommended that they salary as is recommended. If people are working out of grade because they have to have additional duties because there's a vacancy within their department, then I would say that makes sense to move it out of grade. That's what I've said. Showing saying.
So based on we went through the emails, or we're just trying to compare the notes. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions that we received clarification. Is that correct? Go ahead, please.
So for the purpose of only making the process less complicated, I will defer to the finance committee as far as this section of our budget goes. I think I was really clear about how I felt about it. I think Mr. Williams was very clear so I feel like, the conversation has become somewhat circular. But for this, I think looking at the overall budget impact, I will defer to the finance committee recommendation on that. Being very clear about where, that this is something that needs to be addressed or will just keep compounding. So I think that for the purposes of making the process move along, I will defer.
I mean, well, those are my positions, but I mean, again, I'll say it again, even though you say our input is input and it's. Inside the committee. So we have my
Yeah,
input.
but when we're so far apart, we just, yeah.
Alright. Let's move on. We'll revisit this from before we conclude this. The next big ticket item here for is the fees for service. I propose that we look at all the fees and able to, suggest a recommendation for us to kind of like discuss. I initially asked for 20%, sorry, 10%. When I looked at the numbers on paper, it was quite significant, and I asked to drop that to 5%. And this was a discussion I had with, we had this discussion, and then I had a discussion with two council member in terms of what do we think about fees for service. And I'm just throwing it out there for discussion. It's a recommendation. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna, digging my heel on this. And what do we think about it?
So if we're looking at the cost that we are absolutely sure, and I'm talking about A1310. 404, they're all 404, okay? So that's a particular cost that we pay. Here, and is that the actual cost for our product, that's the best for us? So I have to know, is that the actual cost that we pay? So I don't think I would reduce it.
It's under finance.
So my comment would be, if we are continuing with the staff increase, I would be hesitant to freeze fees per service, or take the deductions to fees per service. Just for the fact that that'll be the assisted fund line to circumvent not having a staff present.
What fees was to help with staffing?
Over the operations in certain departments.
Yeah, I think that fees of service is kind of different.
Yeah. Let's see, audit, I mean.
Most of these lines have been cut from what the department's recommended. You know, I can bring the department back in. All the fee for service.
I mean, I guess we should just look, we have to write what they are for. If we're gonna have to have, if we have to have a conversation about them, so 10, 404. Right? I mean, we can't just, we have to know what they are.
It's 2,000 for city council.
Yeah, we got that. What is that? Why would we have fees for service for city council?
It's usually computer programs,
I'm sorry, what?
computer programs, the code online, things like that.
For
These are
us.
fees.
It says city council fees for service, but.
I'd have to look specifically, which
Oh,
one,
okay.
but that's usually what they are.
And like some, so 1356, board of assessment review, fees for services is what is paid to the individual. So can we reduce that without?
Oh my gosh. They spend so much time at their work. I mean, I know, but still, I mean, it's a huge service and also affects other parts of our budget.
It does, but just to keep in mind, and not that I'm advocating using it, our assessor has told us that the duties that they're performing, the length of time, the number of cases that they look at has gone down. Don't know if it'll go up again, but it has gone down. So. We'd have to look at, I think each line, I don't know, what the uniform and say. That's the thing.
So this is audit.
Beg your pardon?
No, I'm trying to fill in what they are so that we can actually converse about it. So yes, that was the audit is the second one. which I would imagine is kind of a locked in. We probably know how much we have to spend on the audit.
I know,
It's probably in the budget accurately in terms of what the audit costs.
So,
13.
Mr. Motivary,
Please.
although I, was, giving a level of deference in the last section we're reviewing, the larger issue for me is when are we going to get the information about the existing funds? Because every conversation that we're having moving forward, there might be funds to support some of these things that would return this money back to the general fund. And thus far, I've talked about $700,000. And if we're trying to collectively stay under that tax cap, I don't know how we pass a budget without that information. So I'm asking, when are we going to get that information?
Can we please ask you to work with the department heads to get that to us tomorrow?
Set it up at like 4 o'clock today, and they didn't have it, so I assume it's gonna get put together sometime tomorrow. I hope in the morning, but maybe in the afternoon.
Okay. All right. So we'll do a follow-up in regards to that report. I'm gonna personally make a follow-up. Go ahead, please.
So, okay, does that mean that we are gonna be back tomorrow? Because if we're not getting information tonight.
I can't come back tomorrow, but you guys can go ahead. I'm not gonna be coming back tomorrow.
Oh, no press release for tomorrow, if we won't come back tomorrow. Never mind.
You're not able to?
It's for Thursday. So that means.
Yeah, because we had initially availability, it was not,
Right, okay. Got it.
we didn't have the full council.
Yeah,
And I did not want to set the meeting
I understand.
with 1 or 2 missing.
But
Is there any chance that we could meet, if we have to meet on Thursday, which I have on my calendar, but is there any chance we could, I know people work, but is there any chance that people could break away at like 4 o'clock? I mean, some of us have an event that evening. But, Mr. Mudavarian's getting an award at that dinner. Schenectady Shares is getting an award at that dinner. Huh? Yeah,
with
exactly.
dinner.
With, I like that.
I mean, because I can meet, earlier, but even if it was a lunchtime, I think, when people could come a little bit more.
I'm not the, it's on my.
I also could meet Friday.
We-
Friday night, by the way.
We cannot meet before 5:30.
Okay.
We have to stick with.
Well, we already-
Oh, that's right, we already publicized it.
Yes, so
And we have time to publicize if we wanted to come on Friday, right?
There is no meeting on
Tuesdays.
Friday right now.
Right.
There is no meeting on Saturday
Wednesday,
right now.
Thursday,
And
Saturday.
you can- Right now.
Well, the next meeting doesn't kick in until you recess this meeting.
Right.
You can keep this meeting going
Mhm.
to full eternity.
I'd rather try
So that
to,
means we can meet tomorrow then?
I'd rather try to
Does
get
that
it
mean
done
that we can meet
tonight.
tomorrow?
And but it's availability issues, and I think that staff needs to provide more information, so I think that by having Thursday.
So Sam, can you please make a note that we need to, just a follow with the mayor to we have those, the report from Department of Development, regards to funding.
And Mr. Miller, we would have it prior to the meeting, so we would be able to look at it
Yes,
and be prepared once we.
all these things need to get to us now so that we can
All right.
make a decision and then figure.
That's to make the salary decisions, is that what you're saying?
The funding, the CDBG.
Oh, the CDBG funding.
Yes.
We have a whole meeting just because of that one thing. Okay.
But so, just for clarity, that one thing has produced $700,000
Yeah.
to keep us under the tax cap. I think that is if there's a possibility of more money being out there, we need to make sure that we have that information. I mean, to me, quite honestly, I don't see how we pass a budget in good faith without that information.
We'll follow up, sure. That is like 2%.
That's significant.
700,000 and not 400 and 202 and 206, right?
No, but
So it's 408.
Plus 150, plus 222.
Where are those from?
200 for contingency.
Oh, okay,
50
okay,
for,
okay, yep.
Usually 200, yeah.
That's right. I hear you. I got it now. I got it now.
150 of that was, as the proposed budget is neutral in the proposed budget because that line was zero, but all the remainder of that, and that's even only in theory because we all committed to find money to fund that line for our youth line. So we were gonna have to find that money. So when you have $700,000, appearing by a process, I would like to see that process play out because that can really change the scenario that we're in right now, as far as saying that's that.
Please, yeah.
And just to go further, as we're looking at these fees for service, we just can't uniformly up them. I don't think about it. I think we have to do what they're for.
Yeah, I was gonna make a suggestion to the Commissioner of Finance, in the position column, can you put the various department?
I'm actually,
Can you put
I'm doing it
exactly
right
the
now.
department and what they're for?
Yes,
You have to say what.
yes, thank you, yes. So, yes, we can add, yeah, it's, yeah, so I'm gonna ask that we just, add some more detail onto that, and we can revisit this. So it will guide us along, because right now it's gonna be a lot for us to just look at this, go into the book, back and forth, soon. And it's a lot. So I'm gonna ask that we wait for more detail for each line and then revisit. All right.
All right, I'm gonna stop filling it in.
Yeah.
I was almost through it, but.
Yeah. Let's move to the next one, stipend. This Ms. Porterfield and then Mr. Farley.
Once again, I will defer to the finance committee for that. My position around that is pretty clear. I do, but it's a matter of process. I'll definitely give deference to the finance committee for that. But even that, I think, is going to be another situation that there's information out there we need.
So just to be clear, though, what you're trying to recommend here is just not having the stipends. Those,
No, that's not. That's
well,
not.
it's $30,000 in the proposed budget, and your cuts would take out $30,000.
No, that's not. That's incorrect.
So this is wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So we were supposed to back out all the 24 hours of call
Correct.
from the sheet there.
Oh, so some of these are those people.
So can we make notes again
We
to
can look it up.
identify all the
Okay.
ones that are on 24-hour call and reverse it out from this
And I-
section?
And I also said to start with a starting number for context of $10,000. So that information is missing.
It's right here.
Yeah.
No,
It's right here.
From what Ms. Patrick's guessing, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. No, that's not.
Okay, so we need to clean this section up. We need to reverse all the, but go ahead, please.
As we talked about this yesterday, I think.
Yes.
I went through each stipend, so as far as I could see, there was one, and we asked a question about the other one. A 1680, was clear to me that was the person who's on 24 so that might not change.
1680? Okay, yes.
And A 5010.
Could you tell me what that,
A 1680.
yeah, okay, I'll look it up.
Deep technology.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Mhm.
And then I asked if A 5010 was a 24-hour-a-day person, didn't get a response. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Here, I'll tell you.
That's the only one who may have, well, I looked it up as well, but
Oh.
it's not clear to me if that person is
Well,
on
can you just
24/7.
ask it now, though, is what I'm saying.
I asked yesterday, I'll ask it again today. A 5010.
What position is it?
I'm looking it up.
Service administration, street food, under that.
Oh, the street department manager.
That was the same person yesterday, yeah.
36.
I did not follow up on that.
I beg your pardon?
I did not follow up on it.
Oh, I thought Mr. was introduced my phone to that.
I thought that.
Nice, Derek. It didn't take them long to do that, so you win.
Service administration.
All right, can we make notes, follow up on it, please? Sam, can you also make note, please? So that, we can realign and make sure that these things are, yeah. And
Those are the only two.
Commissioner, can we look at all the stipend and see who else is on 24 hours? All?
I think under the mayor's position on all these positions, under that receive a stipend, they're under 24/7 call.
All of them. Okay.
And I think the mayor stated that one.
Well, let's just stop, let's just go back, because based on what I looked at, let's start with a 12/10.
Person?
Which is in, yes, which is in the mayor's office. Other than the mayor, who's on the floor today? So, that's what I did.
Who are you referring to?
The
It
stipend
doesn't,
for,
the stipend doesn't say who it belongs to,
it's just
but
$3,000.
For Michelle, who does, they calls 24 hours.
And 1310. 136. In finance, you probably could tell us about that one.
So the mayor and the job for me anytime.
Oh, it's for you. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you don't have to go
I have
further.
remote access to a laptop, so if I need to access something at any point, I can.
Gotcha. You don't have to go further.
But is that, in reality, maybe doing budget people, is that really something on a very regular basis?
There's time for it in my office and at the wires.
That what?
For the wires, bank wires,
Mhm.
so I'm not in the office, maybe that could be.
Hasn't happened with Derek one time, I was kind of playing a Ferrari. Team there, there was a police pursuit, sheriff's department, a fatality.
Oh,
So
geez.
he was at the scene. Less than
Well, let's know.
polite scenario to have to deal with.
Hmm.
Those things do happen,
But he was acting as mayor pro tem,
yes.
so he was the finance commissioner and that. All right, so,
Made sure we weren't getting sued.
I beg your pardon?
Made sure we weren't getting sued.
So, you know, I think we really, so my understanding, it was like, this, when this started, these were people who were called to the scene because there was a water main break or, you know, all various things, so. Not necessarily more administrative things.
Entirely the prerogative with council.
Facilities, building maintenance, yikes. So 186.
Yeah, I was more aligning this, kind of align myself with this in terms of like more driven this towards like people with OGS who has to be on call, street crew, OGS, you know, personnel. And anybody who has to be like infrastructure stuff, deal with
Ooh,
things
this one's
like
code enforcement.
there's a break in the main or there's something happened, you know, that they need to be at the scene, or fire or something like that.
Some technology.
Yeah, technology is different because there are certain things happen and they have to, you know, come in and shut down and, you know, run virus scan and things like that. It's, you know, things to be up and running. Those were,
I can
I was
send-
kind of like, said, my thought about this about in terms of stipend. But like more like administrative staff. That's I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I have all the, I can tell you each of these, I just looked them up if you want to know who each.
No,
of
I
these-
know, I know.
Oh, okay.
You mean the positions?
Yeah, and then we can find out, well, I wouldn't say the person's
Okay,
name unless
go
we're
ahead.
in
Please do that.
executive session, but, I just, if every, you know, so the first one is in the mayor's office and we've been told it's the director of operations. The next one is our finance commissioner.
What was the last year budget on that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, well, I'm
The
sorry.
What did we spend last year on that statement?
I'd
And
have
the
to
mayor's
look that
office
on
was
this.
not, it didn't exist last year.
So that's a new step.
That's a new one.
Okay.
$3,000.
3,000 we spent last year?
No, I'm saying that's what it is right now in this year's budget.
Okay.
In 1410, that's in the city clerk's office. It is the city clerk, I believe. I remember that from previous years. 1620 is facilities and building. I actually don't know specifically who that is, but 1622 is in utilities administration. I can see how both of those would be people that would get called upon, could get called upon in the middle of the night. 1680, very important, chief technology officer, obviously gets called upon. Now 5010, it says service administration. So I'm not actually, can't think of who that would be.
5010, yeah, that's what we're talking about. We just talked about.
Street department.
Okay, street. Okay, streets, so that's obviously important. And then the next one's code enforcement. The last one.
And I mean, this doesn't say who, but I'm sure these are tied to a specific individual in each department, is that correct?
Yeah.
I would just
Code enforcement, is that, don't we pay them per diem and they want to call it? Yes,
For the building inspector.
for this, okay, okay. I'll get paid outside of,
Yes.
different
The,
bucket,
the
on call.
other ones, they get overtime. So
Yeah. Any other question regarding this? Do we need more clarification, or do we need to reverse some things out, and this report needs to be updated?
So could we just look at the expenses last year for all of those? Those all got spent, I'm sure, right?
I can look it
Yeah.
up.
For the most part, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Want me to look it up? I'm happy to.
No, I'm sure that I'll,
Oh, okay, okay.
I just
It's only
asked a question
$27,000.
Like, I think it's the fire department, A34, CEMS stipends, right in the A3411. I'm just curious as to,
4411,
yeah.
That's all contractual.
Oh, okay.
We didn't-
that is not here.
No, I know it's not there, but I mean, we're talking stipends, so I'm wondering why it wasn't there, but it's just, yeah.
Anything that has to do with CSC,
The fire department.
contractual.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Can I be, this is not part of a negotiation here.
That's why I was just asking what they
Union,
were.
binding as a contract agreement that we all voted for. All right, go ahead.
No.
So just to sake of moving, we'll just move on for this, we'll revisit. And we have, any members have any other expense that we need to discuss before we go to waste? Or do we have anything else? I mean,
Let's go online.
no more expense? You had mentioned that you had some expense that we didn't cut. But we did,
Mine were already in there.
okay.
Let me look at my email and figure it out. That's been there. Oh, I did have a couple questions that were.
Yeah, we can go ahead and please, yeah.
Right. Okay, so I asked about any ARPA money that was in 2025 budget other than salaries. What percentage of salaries paid for the workman compensation is that contractual? And then how many employees currently out there versus citizens? Yeah, that's not good.
Someone asked for, you have a new report?
Caught that in house fun.
Let's go ahead and, see, workers' comp.
This is on a week-to-week basis or something.
That might be your water.
There's a question, later in the day, it's gonna create a different now, so it's an email.
I'm down, pass it around. Robert, going? I got two. Does the mayor need one of these?
I have one.
Okay. Down, pass it around.
So, in fact, this is this report combined with the gave was previous. Okay. And the total is $3,081,081 and $4,080,000 or 3.81,475. So, before I asked for it, and then Ron told us it was like 3 million, and then this is the additional, because I'm really just trying to get to how we got to the $6 million gap. So that's why I asked for this. And so it's this plus what?
Well, we have fund balance, then we look at previous years, we used, what was it, last year, 6.6 million ARPA funding.
In the budget,
Correct.
6.1
I think 24 is 6.6 approximately, so.
and 25.
24. 3 million change, with about 5.4 million in fund balance.
So, look at this report, we have 3 employees currently out of work, 19 from. So that includes 2. Is that correct?
So it's
The total number of claims are 19, but there's only 3 out.
correct. This is 4 that was provided by Triad. So you have 3 currently out, 19 from January to 10/20 in total.
Of the 19, you're using one is that actual, everybody actually went on one, or did you go out much longer?
Throughout.
Sometime this year, they've been out. Workman's comp for. Well, somebody can be out for a week, usually, or a day, mostly it's tends to be a week or longer. That happens to go to the doctor or whatever.
So none of these people, every one of these occurrences started in January, in 2025, so nobody was out from 2024, they carried into 2025.
No, I can get another report to see what was in 2024, if you're right.
I just want to make sure that we're just talking about.
Boy.
So we do not, so we do not have anyone on long-term workers' comp.
Off this list, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure if we get the information for council.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you get, if you can get, if there's anyone on long-term.
If we have anybody in 207, which is different than
Hmm.
workers' comp,
That's it.
I don't know that.
I'm just looking to see if there are, long-term, except for 207, which is by law, we have the full salary. I'm just trying to see if we have anybody, on long-term. Do we still carry the salary line for that?
Positions, but the other ones that we have up now, so yes, their salary line is budgeted.
is there workers' comp? Should we budget for them on that line, or are we keeping the budget in anticipation that they're gonna come back next week?
Those are all, I believe, are short-term things, so it's 2 weeks, a month.
Okay,
Standard account, happy to
yeah,
delete a position for that, because our, our claim ratio right now is fairly good. It's nature of stuff, sometimes you can't tell how it's gonna go.
so there's 30 people that I just see if, who,
What was the specific question again?
it was more driven towards, how many employees do we have in long-term workers' comp? But, not for overall, the timeline.
I think,
Excluding 207, because regardless, we have to pay them the full salary. So you exclude 270.
but I think another way of capturing it, since it's 19 people, we can just see without naming people, just how long employee A, B, C, or whatever it is, how long they were out individually, not just pull out who was out long term.
Can you please add that into the report? But by department also.
So my other question was, it was responded to when it came to 207, whether it was contractual, but for the rest of the employees who are not part of 207, is this contractual or is just a practice by the city? The full pay?
No, sorry, let me just add up. 207 and 207. AC. So let me just think. So we have to exclude 207A
I
and
said
207C.
excluding 207. That's, I'm
Yeah,
excluding.
oh, okay, yeah,
Excluding 207,
yes.
the other.
A and C, yes.
Okay, anybody who has 207 in front of it,
Yeah.
the rest of the, workers' comp,
Yeah,
is this based, is it contractual or is this based on practice of, for the city?
State law.
State law, workers' compensation.
I think that's one that's generically referred to, you don't know, it's a felony.
Yeah.
So, and state law says we have to pay their full salary?
No, that's only for 207A, 207B.
This,
It's a
they could be paid full salary, they might be paid partial salary, they might, depends on the actual claim.
So it sounds like this is not something that we really can be fooling around with anyway, right? This is something
no,
that,
well, not the 207s. Well, we can look at the report for the ones that long-term and they're receiving workers' comp.
And what the state actually says about this?
Yes. So, let's look at the report, let's look at the position and department. And can you attach a dollar amount to that also? Plus benefit? Let's see how much it's costing us to fund each position into the budget.
can we change that? Well, how could we change that if that's what it is? Guess that's what I'm asking.
Oh,
Isn't it
It-
workers' compensation? I mean, it is what it is.
no, it just seemed like that there's some variables in there around like outside of certain 207, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Outside of that, depending on the case, there's some variables that the mayor, unless I heard wrong, there's some variables depending. It could be full pay, could be a percentage of your pay
Sure,
based on.
no, I heard that, but I guess I'm saying.
There are employees who sometimes will take advantage of those plans, and we do manage that, and we do bring in outside investigators and independent medical evaluations.
I'm just answering why the information.
No, I'm just saying, I just feel like this is probably an area that we would not be necessarily arguing with the budget. as
Well, I
proposed.
spend another 3 or 4 hours saying, well,
I think right now I'm just gonna get clarification, we'll be spending 3 or 4 hours.
It's just a matter of getting the information over so we can look at the report. And that's what I'm trying to get to. We're not gonna analyze anything now, we're just trying to get the best information over to the commissioner so he can provide a report to us, so we can look at it. And when you get the report tomorrow, please email it to us so that we have it ahead of time and we can review it and then come back with any questions.
Essentially looking for what the city pays, the dollar amount, what the city.
Yes, what we have in the budget, so if we have long-term work, everybody that we have on workers' comp, except for the 207s, how much we have in the budget? We have in the proposed budget for that, like that position and that's the right department. And the position plus dollar amount plus benefit. And that's including everybody that works comp. Okay, all right. Any other question regarding that? So we'll wait for that report. Anything, do you have any other question, any backup, any question on what we have there? I think we got it.
I think that was it, and, I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I believe that was all I had
Yeah.
for my comment.
You had some, Mr. Farr, you had some questions that you good with those?
I submitted my question, I haven't received it yet.
Oh, that's the one, okay, yeah, that's following tomorrow. Debate it. All right, we should have this document here to be in the package. Yeah. So. Yes. Yes,
Which one are we looking at?
the waste cost,
Oh, I know
waste
that.
cost analysis,
I have that one, a
that should be,
special,
that
a
should be right
special
at the
clip.
bottom of your file.
I got it.
And the potential budget.
Just for clarification purpose, so whatever we're, Commissioner, whatever number we were crunching all the time here has no effect on this. We're separated. Okay.
Say that one again, Mr. Mayor, whatever we're deciding this was what?
So whatever we were doing on this sheet here
That we're working on waste.
has no effect on this.
Okay.
Two different on part of.
Okay.
Or adjustment for.
Which one, what do you need?
So you don't have it?
It's attached to this.
It should be.
Look, it was attached to a memo.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So go back in the elected budget and.
It was one of the first things
If
that
you
we
have fold,
received.
fold like this, so you might lost.
I'm very
Do
sorry.
your paper like this and see if I can follow this. And this easier.
This came to us on October 1st. This was with the budget. Here, I'll show you.
Right here.
Okay, good. I'll deal with one.
You don't have a direction of this. You probably put it on the pad.
Do, but it was a piece of paper I had. Thank you.
I will give you some time to review it and then we'll open for discussion on this, this section.
Taking a real quick glance through, and we asked like where a lot of our workers' compensation is, on page 2 at the bottom. There's a, 732,326 dollars.
Page two.
Bottom page two, it's just before the zone folder. The last.
Oh, yeah.
Sheesh.
Oh, but I have one.
I have one.
So we're talking about waste now, or
Yes.
when are we going to do, can we? I'm really losing it here now, and it's getting pretty late, so.
I mean,
I don't know, are we
we're
ready to
gonna
talk about
continue,
waste or?
we're gonna continue for discussion. I mean, if any member would, I would like to have every member, but if for some reason,
If I
for
have to
some
go, I
reason,
can go.
if for some reason, a member has to leave, and I respect that.
Thank you.
It all depends on the process committee. I must say, we will have to still maintain a two members on the
Oh,
finance
right.
committee.
Yep.
So if for some reason two members of the finance committee decide to say, I have enough, well then,
Well, do you have a projected time of what time we might end this evening? Or are we going all the way through? No, seriously.
I'm,
I'm here to pass.
Okay.
Pardon me?
He said he's here to pass the budget.
We'll be extremely close pending questions into tomorrow.
Well, are you gonna wait for the information? Tomorrow?
Right now, it's not getting close.
Yeah, that's
So
what
we
I
need
was
to
gonna
get
say,
close.
get closer to it. I don't think we can push it for a week because we need some information with regards.
There's some reality, you know, that I'll send staff home and you can bring back at the next meeting. There's a limitation in terms of people's performance.
Mm.
I hear you.
I don't understand.
That these guys could go home.
Oh, yeah.
All these guys could go home.
Not staying until 1, 2 in the morning until it's done.
Mhm. So we can start a discussion on this place here with cost analysis study. Then,
so, I'm starting from the back.
yeah, go ahead.
I thought that we had talked about Commissioner General Services is all in one now. You all in one, is that only for water and sewer?
So, just showing that, because they do run the waste department. Yes, but they were their salaries were moved from to water and sewer, so I'm just reflecting that as part of the whole picture for the waste costs. So they lose their salary
I see.
and benefits.
Makes sense.
And then the other thing too is to note as well for the next 2025 adopted budget. It didn't include all the seasonals, so that 9.85, more like 1.3, 1.4 shortfall, that's not included within this analysis. That 8.25, 26, the whole picture should be there.
So the commissioner and the deputy both move to water and sewer their full salaries.
Right, a third of their salaries, and we don't, not still be able to water and sewer funds.
Okay. And so another one, the company that they're designated for there. So for 8161, 118, outgoing another time, would be $12,000. And then for 8161, 122, a per diem overtime of 20,000, that wasn't there last year, that is there this year.
I have to look at the year to date to see what was expended. Team.
With regards to the, sorry.
So it's 8,000 year to date for the 1.2 billion overtime.
Hold on a second, 8,000 year today.
I'm assuming that there's some new individuals that are supporting the 26 budget. Seasonal moving in on the positions within the police department. For the team, for the grade, we indicated September 2025, 2,000 has been expended year to date.
And the 122 is a new added.
That one, has $8,000 in the current.
It wasn't in the 25 budget. Or did it go ahead? So we spent money that wasn't budgeted, is that what you're saying?
I'm sure there was a need of the, address that.
So even though it wasn't budgeted, we paid.
I wonder if that's brought over with the other employees that
I believe so, the, seasonals when I moved over, that could possibly be the reason why those lines are $20,000 for the most. If you need more detail regarding lines, Commissioner LaFawn will probably walk you through it.
So year to date, we paid on that line, that wasn't budgeted, 8,000? How much did we pay? Oh,
I got it.
Within that line currently, 8,000 for this year.
and one sold is also 8,000?
Line 12, that is.
Three thousand, 4,000.
4,000, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. And then we added a line, 8163, 122. No, the line was there, I apologize for that. We added 3,000 to the line.
Which line is that, sorry?
8163, 122. We added 3,000. We're pretty good on that.
It's page 24 on the year to date.
We are at 31,000.
I already pointed out the pump and in terms of the fee revenue, the A2130E, commercial waste fee city, went down by 38,000. Does that mean we lost not commercial contracts?
Can't speak to that, I don't assume, again, so fine.
And I guess the new position of waste violations for 15,000, I'm not sure what that was for.
What number is that, Marion?
Oh, I apologize.
Oh, I see it. I got it. 21 seats.
Again, it wasn't in last year's budget, so I'm just trying to figure out what it was.
I recall. Maybe appreciate that. That was it. That's it. Well, spray, that months on trash.
Other infestations.
And Mr. Chairman, if that go in for the council, that fee, it's a lien on the property. So it goes along with the property tax. If you need to vote on that, for that type of control, it's a bill is sent to the property owner, and if they don't pay it, then it's a lien on the property.
So this is new because we didn't do it before? It wasn't in the budget for 20.
It's a waste collection fee. I think they didn't know that last year. I think that was something that we had discussions on, and that's how come we realized they could do that. So that's what they could be doing. Or I would let Mr. Alphonse speak to that. It's what the commissioner just talked about, and that's the only other thing I can think of is the administrative fee. It's at $25. We raised the administrative fees for other entities to $50 last year. And the administrative fee, if they go to the house, if they cite somebody and their garbage is out early and they go back and it's still out, it's the administrative fee for $50. Right now, the code is for waste collection is at that 25. So he may be thinking he may want that changed. I'm speculating on that.
I do have another question when you mentioned that. So it's probably, this is probably with municipal bond, but since you brought it, I'm gonna ask it. If someone has a mattress out and they don't, the trash people don't collect it, but they drag it back to their house, they still get that administrative fee?
You have to talk to Mr. LaFond on how he enforces it.
Okay.
I think that may be what they're looking at there, because it's $25 and all the other administrative fees last year were raised to 50, so, but he can speak to that.
Now, I remember Mr. LaFawn was saying that at the initial start of this, he was, making sure that people like understood. He was trying to help educate people, and then at some point, then it would be more enforcement, right? And I'm wondering, those things that aren't budgeted, are those something that's not budgeted, or they, because the minister said something about moving over from another? So I'm just trying to figure out. I'm sure Mr. LaFont can answer that question, because it might be a line that's moved, then it is a new line, right?
It could be. I don't know, but it may be that there was a self-enforcement last year as the new structure was rolled out, and now he's accounting for it, but he needs to speak up.
That makes sense.
Discussion is open, please. Jump in whenever you, section or comment, please.
We're all set in this section?
Mhm.
Are we all set in this section?
Commissioner, these benefits in here is not accounted in this overall benefit back here.
It is, it's included and separated, what is related to the waste department. Also just note, the 1037 is coming up, so these numbers will increase depending on what occurs.
No, I'm talking about
Oh, I understand that, but.
the employee benefits.
Right,
It's in here. Is it also in here?
this is separated for the council to say.
Yes.
Or specifically waste, but if you look at the end of the general fund, it's within that employee benefit section,
On the waste.
grouped. Grouped with the whole
It
section.
doesn't delineate waste, but just lumped in the total benefits.
Oh, I see, on the very, near the end of our budget. Right?
Right. So a standard number we do for the benefits is anywhere between 72 and 75. And I believe CSCA is 7.5%. Really off the cuff. So that's that number there.
Wow.
And then our debt service is mainly borrowing from past years.
So looking at page 75 debt service here. And you have 1.1 million here. But where is the 1.1 million? 1.1 72 million in the proposed budget.
Yeah, only debt service is 897.
I'm sorry, Greg, could you say that a little louder for me, please?
Holding debt service is listed at 897 debt service.
Page 65?
75.
65.
75 is also there.
Yeah.
You have that service at page 75.
Oh, for water.
And this was just broken out, the specifics, not the average it costs for this, the whole picture, so. It's coming at it in terms.
Oh.
I guess since we're speaking about debt, it's a topic to bring up, but the council budget, passed the budget on time. I believe some of you are aware of 23, 24 and 24, there was, fiscal uncertainty, and our S&P rating potentially could have been affected.
Mm.
Luckily, it didn't at the time, but it's negatively affected. Our interest rates increase, which just for a quick example, we have 21 million at 3.56%, 15 million approximately at 3.56%. If you increase that by 0.5%, if our rating goes down, this is just a hypothetical scenario. It will increase our interest by 187K in 2027, and that'll be additional
Wow.
interest moving forward.
Hmm.
So it's important for the council to pass budget on time.
Mhm.
And that also is if we don't consider borrowing for 2026. So
Mhm.
that number could even be.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
This thing is, it's important that we capture what this process is. The council wants to pass a budget on time. Council needs information, the relevant information to pass the budget. So if the budget doesn't pass on time, based on the information that's given or not given, then we need to, hold that in appropriate context. I'm not going to, quite honestly, we've had the scenarios where it has gotten to, quite contentious in the process of trying to pass a budget. And I worked really hard to try to get us to the point where we could. Anyone that was here at that time knows that. But that still is under, right now, I don't want to, have this level of pressure to pass a budget and essentially the clock gets run out without the information that we need. And that's kind of where I'm feeling right now. So as much as I can appreciate your clearing for us why we need to pass the budget, we need information. And there's important information that I haven't yet to receive that can change the landscape of this budget.
Anyone else? I mean, this is a lot for us to digest tonight. I'll be honest. So I ask that we look at this, and if you have questions, please email them out or be ready to ask questions when we come back, or to make suggestion or recommendation in terms of the ways. Yeah, this is a significant increase. You look at the last page in terms of the refuge and trash charges. It's going up to $9.5 million from $7.2 million. So that's an increase of $2.2 million right there.
I think we got this on October 1st.
We got it with the budget.
It was the first thing that came to us,
Yes,
so it was
it came with the
October
budget.
1st, yeah. Just
So-
saying that we've all had it for
So I asked that,
28 days.
but this is the first time we're discussing it. So I asked that you dive into it, and if you have questions, submit it ahead of time. Let's jump into capital. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So Mr., in the absence of Mr. O'Fallon, are we going to email him the questions that I raised? Or are you going to ask him to come here on Thursday?
Or we can email the question,
Okay.
and if you would like to,
He doesn't have to come.
okay. Yeah. But we try to get the questions in. There was a thing with capital. And yes, we do.
Does anyone need a capital sheet for the changes?
Pretty sure we have it.
What's the thing?
It's just the capital changes.
Yeah, we have it.
Maybe a copy.
Yeah, we do have a copy here. It should be in your packet. Take the package, you should have it.
We just got it today. I mean, this one was
No,
here today.
this is way, couple days ago.
Okay, I've got it. It was part of,
Yes.
yeah, I think it was today's packet.
You can also turn to page 91
Mm.
of the budget. And then that will help carry us along. And
Now, there. We haven't talked about capital yet. So.
there were a few recommendations. Yeah, please.
Thank you. I would like to say that I believe each department was asked to cut back and only put two very necessities that they need to make the department run efficiently. To serve our revenue. So this whole list, the roof department has been scrutinized and cut back already. So I'm just putting that out there.
And we've had presentations on each one. We've had presentations on all of this.
Yes.
I wrote lots of notes as we were hearing from the department heads. What was the date of our first budget meeting? Anybody remember?
14th.
October 4th.
So what?
4th.
It's from that, I think it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just listening to.
I think it might have been the seventh.
I'm just trying to find notes.
I remember being here on the eighth.
I don't have any notes on this.
Yes. Happy birthday, me.
I'm gonna have to go by memory. Oh, no, I know it was. I probably took notes on the. Oh, it's underneath.
Anyone else want a copy?
Of the capital budget?
They updated.
But we got this one.
What is it missing, sorry?
Yeah, I don't know if he knows where it is on the file, so.
Oh, sorry.
Copy.
If somebody has marked that, then somebody.
Where's the first copy?
Well, Mr. Over there, this packet.
I have a hard copy. I don't need a hard copy.
No, we know you don't.
I have it.
No, we know you don't need it.
Okay, I didn't know. I heard my name.
They want to run a copy off of your copy.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Second there. No, I guess.
My notes. I have.
That's the question.
I don't know that I can't speak for it.
Does anyone else need a copy?
These were all supposed to be taken out.
Yeah, we have been adjusting it. Copy it.
Oh,
They don't get it. That's it.
There are some recommended changes, so I'll ask, Mr. Williams, do you want to walk us through your change and as for the total, what the report has, you making some changes there?
yeah, he was supposed to take all those
Oops.
off.
Well, now I don't have much.
And I was gonna start, and he has it. He has it on his sheet, like it's not supposed to be there. I
Everything,
might stay, yeah, just take them off and then I might stay with him.
they look like,
Oh, yeah, just take them off. I think he's getting me a new sheet. I'm sorry. And I still might stay true.
That's empty.
Hmm?
It's empty, I think, unless they filled it recently. I didn't know that. She's here. How's your wife doing?
Good. Good for now.
Good for now.
Yeah.
Coming right
Time
up.
will tell. Time will tell.
Absolutely.
It's exciting.
My phone just is.
Oh, geez.
You mentioned
Oh my
something.
gosh, don't tell us that.
Your first one, right? So your phone will ring, but then you go to the hospital 17 hours later. No.
21 hours later.
Right. It's so,
Hopefully it's on the week, hopefully it's on the weekend.
oh, it's so special. So special.
That'd be great. Do you have like family bets going on or anything about the day?
Everyone's saying Halloween.
Halloween, that's always fun.
My wife's,
You got to the,
she's doing soon.
oh, I have a friend that's more on.
Actually, since we're on a break.
And I know somebody that's going on 9/11.
I'm really cool about stuff, and you guys can be back in the morning. I said, I hear the mayor's statement about staffing, you have to be back here in the morning.
Plus 2 parties.
My brother's doing overnight.
9 o'clock, huh?
These are kids from, this is actually very little sister. These kids, well, we were only, we must have
That's
been
what
like,
costs are all in.
well, it's kindergarten, it's like, yeah, these are the costumes that blessed.
Oh, really?
And then, well, the kids were on those, and they were sitting on stage.
And it set on fire.
Well, the plastic yachts that you couldn't breathe through, remember?
Carmel, here's your copy.
Thank you. Look, I think it was on, well, I said it was maybe my 5th birthday. So anyway, Halloween's a good time to have it.
You got some good stuff.
Oh, just the 70 out of there.
stuff like change.
Yeah, seriously, I'm gonna get Billy Mazzetto on here. What the heck, man?
We recommend the change, say was a little change, and then
You're trying to get rid of all those equipment pieces?
No,
Mr. Toro?
again, I did it the wrong way.
Oh, okay, okay, okay,
What I
okay.
said not to do was lower the pickup. So we got it the opposite of
All
what
right,
we're putting in there.
so we'll discuss, the capital. Mr. Miller, putting in a spot, if I may ask, because, if you can walk us through your change, and then I can ask members to align themselves if they have any changes.
So going line by line.
Yes, if you don't mind, please.
Let's say, starting in parks and property management, the recommendation was to reduce the F-150 regular cab pickup for the plow from 2 to 1. The expectation took into consideration comments we heard from the rail, about considerations for future expenses. I know this will not impact our current budget, but sincerely to be more intentional with capital projects. And ever since I've been on the council, it's always been interpreted as the flag that words like a blank check. I don't think we've ever considered pushing back on capital projects. Moving forward, we'd be more intentional with evaluating these in our current financial states. It's we need to ensure that the vehicles we are bringing on reflect the future financial implications on adding this debt.
So do you want to, can we talk about them as we go down, Mr. Mudavern, or do you want to?
Yes, if you have a question, yes,
Mr. Williams's.
yes.
So I just will comment, because I did talk to our Parks Director about capital, and the equipment is very, very old, that we have. And also he has to do the plowing, like, for example, over at Stein, it's not just Central, I mean, he's at the parks having to do the plowing, so that one in particular, I think is actually one that he mentioned to me is very, very important to, because it's just very old. So we'd have to buy it next year, maybe, if we don't do it this year.
Please, go ahead.
So, I also had to remove one of them, and in the 2020, but for 2025, we, put in for two, as an additional, in addition to that, we also had another cab crew cab picked up with plow, so a total of 3. I'm not sure why they differentiated between F-350, obviously maybe the type of truck. But last year's budget, capital budget, was for 3, the purchase of 3 cab pickups with plows. So I removed one in this budget as well.
Mayor, would you able to say it? Is that gonna be delivered, next year? What was capital last year?
We've taken delivery of those.
So we took delivery, okay, so those are.
Usually, by the time we get the money that we borrow, May, June, annually on an annual basis, and once the orders go in, it's third, fourth quarter, usually takes about a year or so before you get the vehicle.
Bless you.
Pickup trucks or
Yes.
just garbage?
The pickup with the plow,
F-350, regular cab pickup with plow. Two.
Well, it depends on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Garbage trucks is like a year lead time, you know.
Mm.
Pickup truck is different.
Right, so we put these in last year, we must have them by now, it takes a year to get a pickup truck. I don't know if the big dealership.
Well, some of it is not just going to a dealership, but you want it on a state contract or consolidated supply at the best price. Some of the vehicles are sold in municipal fleets, which break down, and they're cheaper. So it's not just going to the local dealer and taking something off the lot.
So I guess
I have
directly,
to ask Paul specifically,
yeah, have we gotten these, the ones from last year?
I don't know.
I don't
Because
know.
we've taken delivery of some, I don't know specifically.
Can we, put that on as a question, please? To ask, OGS Commissioner. Delivery, because, I just want to echo to, because, over the years, we have been buying equipment, like pickup trucks and, all these equipment. So I don't feel it's a hard, ask to delay a year. So that, we need to, sum that out, asking for a reduction. And I'm just asking for a removal of everything. And to kind of, balance our finance and then move forward and then continue buying more equipment as we move into 2027, 2028.
That's specifically for the cab pickup.
Yes. Delivery for the capital orders, 2025.
It'd be good to have last year's capital projects in front of you too, because I think if you reference that, then that puts us in a better position to look at some of that stuff.
You mean our expense or?
So if we bought pickup trucks last year, then that might change our position on, do we need to get the pickup truck this year? And having that information right there readily available to access probably will be helpful as a conversation. So.
No, these pickup trucks from last year, is this under parks or?
It's under Parks and
This one says it's under parks. but-
Yes, so
Okay,
last year on the parks, we probably nine. We ordered, two,
Two F-50s and then another one with a plow.
and then we ordered a crew cab pickup with plow. So if you combine it, 3 year.
How I can implement it to purchasing one this year.
This is part of this. I can share this, so you have them. Because
Yeah.
that's what, yeah, so yes, last year, yes, so if you combine that, that's 3, was ordered last year.
Could you print out last year's capital for us, man? Yeah, therefore, just for reference there. Thanks. Okay.
But that's why, we always keep ordering, machine and vehicle.
And mine was 2-to-1 as well on that one. The changes under me were, the only change was Deterra total. That, in that line, so I did cut down one.
Also, you
Pickup truck, see the 70,000.
uh,
The line's a lot better.
do you want to save it as?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're on this now, right? No, here.
And the Williams is one,
This Porterfield, I believe as well.
Mhm.
yes. I mean, look at what we ordered. We had budgeted, sorry, for 2025,
241,000
yes.
for parks as opposed to 530,000.
I would be comfortable to align with, dropping one this year. And hopefully we can, add that back in 2026 to 2027.
I'd be comfortable with that.
So our next one is a ground master mower. Mr. Toro took it out, she's the only person.
Yeah, the only thing I had was -1 pickup truck, the rest.
No, we're on the ground master mower now for 105, and it looks like you removed it.
Yeah,
Shoot,
all those changes, crossed them out, the only change in parks is, I asked them to do that
You wanna go back with it?
4 times ago, and it never came out, so only one cab, only one cab truck.
Gotcha.
I mean, I think listening to Mr. Maseka is extremely important, the way we maintain our
Mhm.
A diamond, C diamond, B diamond, in our whole park, so I think those things are,
With the more.
yeah, maintenance
Yes,
is
the mowers.
extremely important
Yeah,
now.
I
Creating
think so.
some revenue
Much
over
bigger
there.
fields
Yeah.
now that we're maintaining.
Mr. Williams, let's move to the next one.
The next one is waste collection and is reducing the number of rear order packets from 2 to 1. I think now is a good point don't mind the council of the mayor's previous comments about, I understand the cycle of appropriating vehicles in, or vehicles out. If we are going to make these determinations as we're continuing on the conversations, understanding that there will be a cost specifically to maintain those vehicles. And also part of it is just, what's their driven. So I think if we can be intentional with just accidents and then servicing, not going to be entirely realistic. continue on this path, at least for this year. But I did want to just highlight that as a point of consideration, we need to make sure we're taking into account. But I at least think through that.
Discussion on this.
I also.
Ms. Porterfield is the line also there.
And I did, last year we purchased 2. In this department. So this year we reduced to 1.
Yeah, he definitely mentioned buying 2 per year when he presented to us.
And we don't get them for a couple of years, right? Am I right or wrong?
I didn't write a note on that.
No.
I'm sorry.
These are lease to own.
Ah,
We get them, usually they're from the model.
that's right.
So this is actually a cheaper rate than if we put it on the brand.
Good deal. Oh, I have that.
That's smart move.
Okay, Mr. Farley, myself, Ms. Patrick, what's your position on this?
On the real load packer?
Yes.
I mean, if you want to just get one, that's okay. Again, this is going to be influencing next year's,
Yes.
so.
I'm okay with keeping one.
I mean, unless we want to go back to Mr. LaFond and, you know,
No, we
Get the
have our notes, but
justification.
I'm on track for 2, please.
Yeah.
Only because when they break down,
yeah, I mean, it's going to affect a lot of stuff in the city if we don't have enough
please.
garbage trucks. Okay, so I'll stay with the 2.
Well, we currently, the garbage have been picked up with the trucks. Mr. Farley, any?
Yeah, my thought, as we're increasing fees for people, I want to make sure that it shows up in the service that they're getting.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. There we go, Mr. McVeigh.
If there's new.
That's last year.
This is last year.
Last year.
Yeah.
That's to,
But do we actually buy?
If we got 2
Oh,
last year.
adopted general fund.
so we did have 2 last year.
Right. How many did we take out of service? Did we, I think
Did we take 2 out?
they sell them sometimes. on the
No, he told-
municipality.
In speaking with Mr. Maseka, he basically told, because I did ask specifically about parks before we started the whole budget process, when we first got
No, I
this.
mean the loaders.
Oh, you're on trash? and stuff?
Right.
This is
I'm
not,
sorry, I
have
thought you were.
nothing to do with, parks.
Yeah, no, sorry, I thought you were backwards.
No, it's
I
okay.
guess the question is, how many do we have? How many does he like to keep in stock or keep running? I thought he mentioned that sometimes he sells out to other municipalities. I guess how many? I'm comfortable keeping 2,
Okay.
but that's the end of my statement, I guess.
I'd like to go with the 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. That's true. It's crazy.
So Farley,
I could support the 2. For increasing fees.
okay, let's keep going. Smart note upgrade.
My consideration for that is talking about continued investments in the financial nature that we're going to be addressing. And trying to really consider my words, and the studies that we put out, the community challenges of anyone. I think if we're highlighting the issues that we've been experiencing with Kings Road, I understand that this will, I wrote down specifically help promote safety. I think we're trying to help ensure the tax burden doesn't push people out of the city or have people making very difficult financial considerations. I know disagree with the importance of it, I'm saying we can absolutely consider putting it up.
I was of the same thought. I'm thinking, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that this is our, like, there's a grant that's tied to this, correct?
Yeah.
No.
No, oh, so we don't have, so we don't need to, okay. All right, then, yeah, then I would align with Mr. Williams on that.
Mayor, would this fall under the grant from the state? Is
No.
not available?
The grant is gonna expand the network into Bellevue. This will replace the nodes in downtown, going up Central State Street, Hamilton. If we don't update those, the police overtime is gonna go up. This network and camera and data provides that support, the level of deterrence and documentation of criminal activity, plus the traffic counts, acoustic components, and other things. And it's very short-sighted to look at remove.
So Mr. Motivator, if I can respond to that, so those in place, are they functioning, or are we trying to upgrade their functionality?
They're the end of their useful life, and some components within it are not supported on the platform.
So now I just ask, what's their end of shelf life then? If that's not this year, then we should put it off here.
So we have, and what is it, end life? Shelf life, what's the way of track? What do you want to say, or can we follow up with that?
That absolutely can be a question.
I made my position clear, that's some.
Can we follow up on it, and let's have that question? Is this the PD or IT? What will answer this? IT, PD?
IT support.
So,
IT.
the utilities, Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Williams, if you don't mind, you just want to repeat that, but you just, so that we can get that question, the shelf life, or?
To the mayor's point, these are differential increases to the functionality of smart node features. Want to get clarification on the end of use or end of year useful life.
Yes, useful life, that's it.
Thank you.
Because the data is definitely going to be important as we continue to try to figure out traffic calming situations, measures.
Go ahead, please.
Situations.
So again, it ended up there to take it out, but it under, like Mr. Making my notes, it was must have, promote safety, important for city. So I would be in favor of leaving it in there.
And you can also ask when they're installed, if that helps with the decision process.
Thank you.
We can look at 2025.
It wasn't anything.
No, not for smartphone. Oh, we're talking about
Please.
What do you?
police,
Oh, you're on police.
SUVs.
For some reason, I had cut one SUV and one unmarked.
Let me look at my notes.
And somehow it paid for that amount of money.
That might have been based on the conversation that the chief said, if I remember correctly, he said that they'd like to have them, but they would work with,
Yes.
our recommendations, so that's what he said.
They weren't opposing to us doing a reduction.
But
On the vehicles,
I'm
except for
all in
the-
favor of the evidence.
Yeah,
storage.
the evidence storage
Yeah,
is
exactly.
essential.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the evidence car, and I think he said.
Yeah, let's stay with the car,
Right.
please.
That was one of the.
So last year, in terms of the police department and the vehicles that we purchased, there were 2 SUVs, 3 hybrid sedans, and 3 hybrid vans. So. Didn't make less, but why we're reducing the SUV and an unmarked car.
would that align us to 450, is that what Mr. Toro has?
Yeah.
With
got
one,
that number.
one SUV and one unmarked. Mr. Williams, your numbers are a little lower.
I think I'm seeing maybe, but I was still in the presentation, so I would defer to the council and.
Yeah, I don't have a problem aligning with Mr. Toro. No, oh, look, I'm looking at the wrong column, sorry.
Those you,
One. Mr. Williams, were you doing one reduction in SUV, one reduction in the,
I recommend cut it. We reduce the vehicles by half.
There's one thing that we don't have clear information on, this is grouped, it's all of the vehicles, so we don't know the cost of the SUV versus the evidence car versus the unmarked cars.
It's cut off, I don't know if you have one here, shooting or not. It's all cut off, but I think it's.
Oh, we can't tell.
17 for the SUV.
Okay, because it
53 for the unmarked.
is cut off to see how much.
7 for the parking and then. I gotta take a look, but those are the figures, I don't know which one for which exactly, but. It is in their capital request.
Right. So we need to know exactly if we're changing and removing vehicles, how much we need to actually remove based on the cost of the vehicle.
And my thought with that is, if we're not going to even have the discussion of evaluating these hires in department funding, which is one of the larger contributions to what we currently are. I think it is very reasonable to then say, we're driving over vehicles for a little longer.
I think their original need was 13 vehicles, but in trimming their budget, at the request that the departments had, they went down to 9 vehicles that they asked for. Or that they ended up with in this budget, but they basically essentially said that they needed 13 vehicles.
but at the same time, they did mention that in order to make any adjustment,
Yes,
they
they
can
said,
continue to use the vehicle that they have in
Yeah,
place
they did
until,
say that.
until. So it's not like they have to get it, they can do as much as they can with, until the next year.
Yeah, the distinction that needs to be made is like, so if we're talking about you have a UV right now that's running, and you would like a newer one. There's a difference between replacing that, and I'm leaning into definitely holding off on replacing existing vehicles that are functioning. But and then the distinction would be like the evidence vehicle. I think is something that we're all saying like they need that, right? We're all saying that because that's not something I think that they're necessarily replacing, just based on what I remember the conversation was. So if we're saying we want to buy that, we don't need to purchase this. The conversation is different when there is something, a vehicle that's existing and functioning right now. It's not the same level of urgency, I would say. And that's for all of the departments that we're looking at.
So Mr. Williams was at 273,000. The total is 133, 131, yeah.
But we don't know if those numbers are right until we find out exactly which vehicles, well, for Mr. Williams, it's pretty clear. So we think, so we know which vehicles are being, that she's removing and what the cost of them is.
Right, when is she being moving on that, if there's a ticket price or something?
So can we get that as a question? The cost breakdown?
He hasn't just got caught up on the feet. Oh, but you don't know which belongs to which.
Correct.
Yeah. So we can put that as a question. Cost breakdown for the these vehicles. All right, let's, okay, we can move, there's another one here. Evidence storage. Um,
In this case, they mentioned that every single piece of their storage is already filled. Including, they needed the freezer, the HVAC, were completely out of space. The retention, they can't get rid of evidence because they have to align with retention rates that must be like a state or federal.
It's new law, they have
Law.
to go
Um,
longer.
So they absolutely said the evidence storage was essential.
We all agree.
I'm gonna respectfully ask that we keep this and cut this.
Yeah, I think we all agree.
To have this additional storage.
We're all in favor of
Mr.
that.
William? So we strike out that?
Absolutely.
Even Chief was talking about, I don't know if it was the mayor or whatever, there are these units that they can put on the roof of the police station, for storage, so, they won't take up room in a parking lot or whatever. And maybe eventually, when that fills up, finding an actual building where things might be able to go, but just, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, the next item is on the regular streets. Regular cab pickup, with plow two. We will make a recommendation here, if, Mr. Williams with, one. I'm gonna align with Mr. Williams, and I'm gonna answer we do one.
Streets. Not small ones, but size, I couldn't decrease that. Really all the small streets that they get on.
These are regular cab pickup with plow two.
Yeah.
Last year. We had 6 feet.
They spent 1.33 million last year and they're
Yes.
asking for 525 this year.
They're different trucks.
No, I'm just saying, I'm looking
Right.
at the total
Super
budget last year.
trucks. I think the importance of smaller trucks in the city, and that might even cut down on who we. Oh,
Yeah, but then if you look at the year before, I can recall that we did order these small size truck
I'm
with
sure
plow.
they take a beating.
Because we had issues with the larger truck can't pass through the small street.
Right.
And then they were funding to buy small size. with plow. So a year or two ago, yes, we did.
Just going back to the police vehicles, I have the numbers with council with them. So 78K for SUVs, 78K for SUVs, 63 for the evidence vehicle, 53 for the unmarked, and then for the parking was 37.
Yeah, that's the 131.
Right. So engineering,
And still there's two in streets.
Any other suggestion with regards to the regular cab pickup with plow on the streets?
Well, I do have a question. So that we're talking about purchasing them on something up under parts or at least one under parts. And management, do they share them ever?
I believe so.
In that case, I could reduce it to one.
I can follow that logic.
The snowplow? It's supposed to be a really bad winter this winter, but, oh, that's this winter, actually. Maybe next winter it won't be a bad winter. So all we need is not plowing the streets of snow. That would get us a lot of nice phone calls.
These are small pickup trucks.
Oh, I thought they were we could plow.
No, these are small pickup trucks.
Isn't it
Oh,
what it
they all
says?
have small areas.
That we don't need
It's
to plow
regular.
snow.
Not, yeah,
It's totally different in terms of the
Okay,
bigger trucks.
it's not a snowplow, got it.
it is, but not for,
It plows small sections or small street that is hard for the big trucks.
Like the stockade, probably would have, need a smaller
Well, streets in the
snowplow in
city.
the stockade or.
But we have been buying these over the years. So you stick,
I'm sticking with 2, yes, thank you.
I just wanna. Patrick,
I'll stick with 2, yeah.
okay, alright, let's move on next. Electric and engineering. We have,
Mm-hmm.
electric, vehicle charging station.
Mhm.
100,000, so the ask.
This had to do with the transition in the parking thing, right? From Linkwell, to Linkwell from Charge Point. I believe. For those charging stations. For engineering ones.
I'm not 100% sure.
Isn't this going to the golf?
No, this isn't
Golf
golf.
courses installing.
We're set up there. This was Mr. Wallen's request, and the note that I wrote was that this whole transition that we're doing in the parking, no, it wasn't, I'm sorry, it's not parking, it's any electrical vehicle charging station right now, their charge point. You know, that's what you have to have your credit, you know, and now we're moving into something called Linkwell from Charge Point. And so these charging stations were going to, I just wrote notes while Mr. Wallen was talking, but I mean, I can't tell you all the technology.
Clinton's did Linkwell's new ones.
Oh, they're, okay.
Well, they're probably in 1 year's budget, but.
Those are the DC fast chargers.
Oh, nice. I think, Mr. Wallen bought them in neighborhoods.
As I recall, these
Yes, that's
charging
right.
stations were gonna be at the golf course, as I recall what he said. Because currently, the police department wrote a grant, they put, charging stations at the golf course, with a total of, I think, 4.
Once the golf
We
course
have-
are up and.
We've had those,
yeah,
Yeah,
he was saying.
these are our addition, in addition to that, is what he
That's
told
what
us.
he told us.
but not at the golf course.
At the
Yes,
golf
at the
course.
golf course.
Why would they need additional?
That's incorrect.
That's not,
He told us he wanted them in neighborhoods because a lot
Yeah.
of individuals don't have garages or even
That's
driveways
right.
to
He said
charge.
that's something to consider later, he didn't say for these,
Yeah.
because you have to be able to figure out where to put them, that's something he said we consider later. He distinctly said these were going to
We'll
the
have
golf
to get
course.
clarification on them.
Yeah, he was saying,
They don't.
okay, I was gonna say, because we have the whole facility that has all of our, we bought
That's
62.
for the golf cart.
Entirely separate mistake.
Yes,
That's
okay,
separate.
so I,
Park Rocker is charging for golf carts.
right,
There are electric vehicle charging stations in the parking lot of the golf course.
Probably just 4, right?
2 stations, 4 courts.
Right, and he said these were in addition to it, that he definitely said.
let's try to find the email, sorry. No, so I was gonna say, so we'll get clarification, but that's a simple thing, because if we're saying that they're gonna go to the golf course, then are you supporting it, yes or no? And if not, then we get that information. Mr. Wallen was talking about moving into the neighborhoods, trying to find places to say, put them at. I suggested that would be a good place to partner with the school district, because the schools are in the neighborhood,
Mm.
and that's the conversation that we had.
that's right, I remember that.
Yes,
But these are
exactly.
not neighborhood.
These are not, these are for direct vehicle, remember, it says it's for, a golf course.
And I did reduce, there was a number of them I pointed to there, so I did make a reduction in that. And I actually spoke with Mr. Wall, and he felt that was someplace that was, you know, we need to live with reducing it by half. So, excuse me.
Going back to that, I think it's sentence. The council on, the focus point, some of the questions and the questions about this, reducing the, vehicle electric private station by 50%. Like that from all, and not be able to change all existing charge point stations. We charge in city lot of commercial street reduced by 50%. So either one or the other.
Either one or the other main one.
City lot or city lot of commercial, which is the street. I don't know exactly what locations, but.
I was, he said we were going to go for, so we need to clarify that part.
So can we have that question, please? Commissioner, can we make note of that? To verify, yeah, yes, just follow up with, to verify. Ms. Michael, can you also, follow up to make sure that, we capture that? The location. And then, the next one is a firehouse,
Yes, and I will, yeah. I don't know why that's there, but that's for roof repair, so that stays in.
the next one is signage.
I don't have a problem removing that.
The Central Park wayfinding signage.
Yeah, we can live in the video without that.
What happened to the greenhouses? Oh, some stuff already got taken out or
Did you say
something?
you okay with it? Yeah, I would join in this tour on this and ask that. We put this off for a year.
The signage.
Yeah. We do have a couple signs, we can live with those until, you know. Maybe there are grants out there that can help. My colleagues on this one.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Williams, will you take that?
That's part of my original recommendation.
Oh, you see? Oh, you did, okay, it was on, it's not on here, so we'll, on the sheet. Okay. Ms. Patrick,
Then, if you want to take the signage out, that's fine. I think one of the things that we
Ms.
talked about, was
Porterfield.
seeing if we could get some money from the county, maybe.
Yeah. No, we can ask.
Oh, actually, I crossed it out. I must have asked the question, though, and I crossed it out, so I must have gotten not a good answer from 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 the chief, I guess. No, why would that be under? That's engineering. Yeah. Chris definitely. Mr. Wallen must have vetoed that when I asked it during his presentation.
Ms. Porterfield. Okay, all right, let's move to the paving.
I think that's essential. I don't know what other people hear about from residents, but I would not want to take us off the paving schedule of the city.
Well, that's not what Mr. Wallen said. He said this is in addition to 900 Longship Street projects. So it's not that paving won't continue. I think this is just any projects exceeding.
Oh, I didn't see, I don't have a note on that.
Yeah, you mentioned it. This is on top of what the regular. paving.
Oh, so in other words, paving must be in
This
a
is
different part of the budget, not just under capital?
No, it says not chip.
It's chip.
It's what, I'm sorry, can you tell me again? I can't hear you.
Chip funding. That you utilize every year.
Oh, this is chips?
No, this is not.
That's what we borrow.
On top of it.
Gotcha.
Expand
So it would
the
be
paving.
okay if we don't have this paving money?
I didn't say that.
No.
Tell me what street you don't want to pay.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm gonna change my phone number. Stop, yeah.
let's.
I don't know about the rest of you, but that is definitely something we hear about all the
Let's
time.
discuss, accurate information, so the proposal is to borrow on 1.250 to complement the CHIP funding. That is off set aside for paving.
But they
So
must
this
have a
is on
good
top
reason,
of
right,
that.
for
This is on top.
needing
of
that money. For paving, but, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean,
What other member? Suggestion?
I'm fine with leaving it there. Yeah. For street paving.
Mr. Carney?
I find leaving it there for now and
Uh-huh.
revisiting based on new information that can get some.
Okay.
I'm fine with leaving.
I think that's it.
We want to highlight that, all the stuff in capital projects that we're looking at, moving or keeping, that, we're gonna have to borrow. And we are thinking about, or talked about, the down payments and the principals and all that, so it maybe won't impact us this year, it's going to impact us, so. In terms of what I took out, I, put that in mind. And maybe, and also keep in mind what we need to make sure that we kept our streets clean and safe and all of that.
oh, that's it? Oh, that's, okay. Other stuff is. Okay.
Do we have anything else that we need to touch on?
So are we going to get the revised, really, will the finance go back and take our numbers and give us back a,
When?
I don't know, are we gonna do it tonight or?
That's, I would not recommend that.
Okay.
We have to be considerate for the time, and look what time is it now?
11 o'clock.
Yes, so.
Absolutely, any adjustments to water, sewer, so.
Not yet.
No.
No, just in general, we haven't talked about them yet.
But there is no increase in water. Are there any increase in water and sewer?
No, but it's instructions for management, feeding services and.
Oh, that, it's, we asked that to revisit that, so we'll do that. Now that it's fine.
And just for the record, what information I'm asking for is the community block grant money in each department by each year going back to 2021. I believe that was the earliest year that Ms. Carver said. And one report, and then the second report will be any, outstanding, or I couldn't say outstanding, or any invoices that correspond to that money, as well as when those invoices were paid. Clear?
Mhm. So we have all the notes, we have everything. What I would ask, Commissioner, if we can you email us these reports? Okay, we are not meeting tomorrow, so it'd be nice for us to have it ahead of time tomorrow. If we can get all the report that was asked, and all the answers to the questions tomorrow. So when we meet, Thursday. We have a better understanding.
Available, regarding the invoices, they might have to fall through, and like I said, it's 100 pages. Well, for CDBG, but, funding wise, you see what else can provide a report. Could be available if we just for the operating budget.
But if the invoices, if we're not able to present the invoices, then I'll be moving forward with the understanding that they won't be coming. Because sorry.
Okay.
I'm gonna take off. If I still would hold to a recommendation that perhaps we're able to start at like 4 or 3:30 on Thursday
We
instead of
cannot
5:30.
start.
Oh, we can't.
for-
Okay, because we already have.
We have already notice out there, it's 5:30. So we just recap. So if you can get those reports, those answers to the questions then tomorrow. So, we can able to better equip ourselves when we come here Thursday.
Because the thing is, if we know that, if we get the report of the funding that's there, but then there's still questions lingering out about invoices, then the information that we get for the funding that there is, can be somewhat useless. Because the invoices technically could impact that funding. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we gotta have it all.
Yeah, go ahead, please, you have some.
Yes,
okay.
sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the group, as you know, you need 4 votes to pass the budget. That's without the cap. 5 votes with the local law adopted prior to its adoption. 4 votes below the tax cap, the mayor vetoes are going to need 5 votes. Just giving you that, you know, for meetings, right now, you've got a meeting scheduled for 5:30. It was going to be the council meeting, but you're adjourning recessing the finance committee to that time. If you want to then convene the council meeting, the special council meeting to adopt the budget, you can do that and then recess that to the next day or to Saturday. Saturday being the last day, you know, it's November 1st. So at this point, I guess we'll leave it at 5:30 for the recess meeting, finance, and then if necessary, go into the council meeting, special council meeting, and if, just recess it, if, you know, to get the additional paperwork together to pass the budget. Because obviously, as you all know, you know, figures have to be added up, figures have to be placed in the ordinance, they have to be attached to the ordinance itself. And then, of course, then we have to deal with the issue of whether or not there's going to be a tax.
So with that said, how is your availability Friday?
3. Friday,
Fine.
Saturday.
But why?
If we can come just in constant.
Because if we don't get it Thursday. Because I will not be available for the entire meeting Thursday,
What does that mean?
so I will have to hand over and step away.
For how long? I mean, I don't think how long you're gonna step away. I mean, how long time do you have?
I believe,
No, she's gonna be here Wednesday. So how long do you have to be here? Because I think that, you know, for me, that we've been leading it, and I think we need everybody here, especially
Yeah.
the chair of finance.
I'm gonna start Thursday, but I have to step away for an event, but I have to come back.
Oh, you're gonna go to the thing, okay.
Yes, I have. So, yeah, but in my absent, it can continue and we'll move forward. So I just want to maybe set,
Mr.
Can I
Patrick,
say something though? We won't have a formal finance if Patrick is going as well, so that won't happen. Once you leave and she leaves, it's over.
but then we can recess and then come back.
After the event,
Yeah.
you want us to go home for our home thing to come back?
I was hoping that this didn't drag out like this. We're gonna get, you know, more cooperation in terms of, you know, providing numbers, but it didn't happen. And that's what I'm asking, I mean, can we make ourselves Friday and Saturday available?
I can do Saturday.
No, Friday,
I can do Saturday.
Saturday.
Either way.
Yes, yeah.
Either one, yes.
I do Saturday, but I mean, like, Saturday is like the drop dead day. We gotta get it done.
because, I mean, I could do Saturday evening as well, but again,
No Friday.
Before midnight, so.
No Friday.
Oh, I can do Friday. It
No
doesn't,
Friday.
I mean, it's trick or treat.
Oh, geez.
I mean,
I don't care
That's
about
what
that
that
part
is.
still.
Yeah.
I said we get, so if we're meeting at 5, what time's your event start, 7?
5,
is it? I don't know.
Your event starts at 5?
Yes.
Good night, Eric, thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a Dodge.
I suggest we replace the special city council meeting, for, sometime Saturday, whatever time works for everybody. Just have that.
Early, please. Doesn't ruin the
A
day.
meeting on Thursday, and then if necessary, if not getting it done on Thursday, then Saturday, definitely.
Well, yeah, my only concern about that is I don't want us to be in a position where it's like, we're not getting information and the clock is running and then it's like Saturday, well, we have to do it now. And we can't provide the information right now because it's Saturday. I don't want to be in that position.
Or you
Just
do
to be safe.
it, do Friday.
We've been here
Well,
before.
Finance gonna be here on Saturday.
Well, you can't come on Saturday?
yeah. So it's Friday, only Friday too.
Pardon me? Eric?
Finance.
The
Oh,
people,
yeah,
the staff.
they didn't want them here on the weekend.
So,
You didn't want them home.
I'm scared way around it now.
So we need the numbers before Saturday.
And that's why I asked him to have the numbers available to us tomorrow.
And then we can come,
Then we can individually look at the numbers and come back with recommendation and we can ask him to update the report. And we send it to us before Thursday.
You'll have to text me.
Okay.
So I'm thinking about, I'm thinking that we should send a notice out, a revised notice. Just a placeholder.
For Saturday
Days.
or?
Friday too.
Yeah, I think we should just do a placeholder Friday. I mean, if can we just reconvene and just in and out? And, to be on the safe side.
well, we need to check with Ms. Patrick if she's going to be able to be available on Friday, because if she's not, it will only be you, Mr. Williams has already said he's not gonna be here.
But we can do a placeholder and if we don't, we'll just push it off to Saturday. If you can. But I think we're gonna have, pretty much once we have the report tomorrow. I'm hoping that we have the reports and the updated reports. We can able to look at it and able to come up with more suggestions. So come to a conclusion.
I mean, that's the only variable out there for me. I produced all the numbers based on the information we have. I did it that before, so that's already done. I'm just saying that is the main variable for me. So
So the expectation of going into Thursday are waiting for what?
Mr. LaFond and CBD.
No, I'm talking about the phone, how does the meeting function?
Oh.
Because both yourself and Ms. Patrick highlighted. being
Ms.
present.
Patrick says, isn't it?
I think she'd like to go. She hasn't said she's committed to go. And I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't.
You
I don't
can,
have a clue.
dinner doesn't start till 7. You can forego the elbow rubbing.
Alright. Are we all set then?
What time on Saturday are you looking at?
Nothing.
What time Saturday is good for you?
I can do any time Saturday,
Early.
so not here Friday.
yeah, that's gonna be tough. I can only do Saturday evening.
Okay.
I mean, but
Evening starts at what time for you?
I'll figure it out. If you have a consensus for Saturday, we'll make it happen.
Mr. Torres said 9 o'clock works for you.
I just said early.
I would say early.
It was the rest of the day.
Saturday 9 o'clock,
Family, whatever. Yeah.
we're gonna have to start now.
Hey,
Sorry,
I've been
yeah.
hanging in there.
So let's do a placeholder for Friday. Let's do a placeholder for Saturday 9. Friday 5 to 5:30. And we already have Thursday 5:30. So we just need to do another notice.
Okay.
All right, any other business for finance? We have a motion to adjourn.
Recess.
Motion to recess.
To,
Second.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye.
But you wish we could sometimes, huh?
Yeah. Vote?